Hello, welcome.
Yeah. Hi.
What's up?
How is everyone doing?
For me, I'm almost awake.
Awesome.
Almost awake is good. Oh,
yeah.
I guess we'll jump straight into
it. People's faces.
I pressed the wrong button, but we're here now. My name's Simon Life of Flutter Community, CTO at Dev Angels London, and you can find me on Twitter and other places at Dev Angels London. Randall.
I'm Randall Schwartz. I'm a Dart and Flutter Google developer expert for about 7 years now. And I'm also, for this show, the question magician, which means that I am watching the chat for you to put Q: in front of one of your statements and turns it into a question for us. So look, be sure to put the Q: in there, or we don't know that it's for us, and I won't necessarily see it as well as the rest of things. But otherwise, the rest of the week, I am answering questions for people in all the socials, everywhere, all the socials. So
everywhere, all at once. All at once.
Oh,
every universe, every dimension, Randall is there answering questions.
Yes,
that is such a good movie, by the way. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. It's such a good movie. If you haven't seen it, you need to watch it.
Yeah.
I still have it on my list to see. I have it available. I just haven't seen it yet.
And we have Matthew joining us. Matthew, do you want to?
Hey. Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I always love being a guest here. Yeah, my name is Matthew. I've been working with Flutter since shortly after the 1.0 release. And I am most known as Makerinator all over the internet webs. So you can find me on socials, you can find me on YouTube, all the places. But I love making cool stuff out of Flutter.
And we also have another guest, Callie. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Kaylee. I'm a Flutterista, and I guess I'm the resident expert on JS Interop.
I said Callie, didn't I? Not Kaylee.
That's okay. I forgive you.
Let's do the roles. Randall.
Okay, so be nice, be respectful, be constructive while interacting with other people here. Yes, you are interacting with other people, not with bots. So we do have feelings, and we do like to make sure they're respected. Don't post anything if it's adult or rude or offensive. Do not advertise or promote anything. You cannot promote things unless your face is on the screen. So that's the test. If you want to come on our show, let us know. But unless your face is here, you can't promote things. Don't spam. Don't post the same thing again and again and again. That's just really annoying. Also, in particular, if you post a question and then you post the same question 20 minutes later, you just lost your place in line. So that I always take the last instance of a common posting. Harassment of any kind, not tolerated. We have ban hammers. We do use them, but do have a good time. We have a good time sharing what we know and interacting with y'all, finding out what's important. Yeah, so have a good time. Definitely.
And just to say, if you post a link in a message, we do not get the entire message. The entire message is gone. So we invite you to put a Q code in front of your question. But if you want to post a link or code or anything like that, you want to go to head over to just.new and pop in the description, fill out a file name, always in .dart, so you get that lovely syntax highlighting in GitHub, and paste in your code or your snippet or whatever it is. And what you need to do is, as point 6 shows, copy the hash from the URL after you press create, and then we can then pop that in your message and we can locate it using the hash. Okay, that's the business out of the way. There we go.
And Noel already posted a question without putting Q colon in front of it. So just reminding you again, if you want to ask us a question, put Q colon in front of your question. Then I know it's for us and not just random chat. So.
Free, I wish I was coming to Stockholm. I would love to be at Flutter and Friends.
Yeah.
I unfortunately couldn't make it. I'm going to be in Berlin at the end of the month for FlutterCon Europe, but I wish I could be there. You're the second person that's asked me if I'm going to be there. I'm like, no, I wish I could.
Free, you coming to FlutterCon Europe though? That's the question, really. That's so you can't come if you're not coming to FlutterCon Europe, you know.
I will be missing you, unfortunately.
I'm not going to any of those events right now. Just I think I've had all of the events I'm going to be doing for this year already.
Oh, there you go.
Old, I can't participate as much. Yes,
awesome.
Cool.
I got to meet Frey at FlutterCon for the first time, so it was very nice to meet him. Lovely gentleman.
NYC, the New York one, yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was fun.
FlutterCon USA, should I say?
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys haven't made it out to one of the big cons, like FlutterCon USA was my first big one, and it was delightful. You know,
and you said that's big. That's not big. That's tiny compared to Europe.
I know. I keep hearing that Europe is like massive, and but honestly, like it is so cool to get to hang out with people who are like, really awesome with Flutter and have the same interest. And there's so many good talks. Like it is. I came away from that and like my mind was blown at how much stuff I learned. So
it's easily quite interesting, isn't it? When you get to sit down with people and just chat about things that you're interested in, it's almost like kindred spirits is one way of saying it, I guess, but it's like you can talk at that kind of like same level and not, I have to dumb it down for someone else that doesn't understand.
Yes.
Or that kind of thing, right? Like, or they just don't have an interest in it, right? You're finding people with like-minded interest all in one place. It's
like so many people in my life are lovely, amazing people, but I am constantly like having to take the thing that's in my head about what I'm interested in and then being like, how do I frame this in a context that they're going to actually understand or maybe even be interested in so I can communicate this idea. And it's so cool to just be with people where you can just blurt out like this crazy technical idea that's in your head and they not only understand it, but they run with it and are like, well, have you considered this? Like it's a really awesome experience.
It's like the best summer camp ever, really.
Yes. Yes.
Flutter camp. There's a new one. There's a new one you can do every year. You're going to send your kids. I'm going to send them to Flutter camp.
Okay, if we do Flutter camp though, we need embroidered badges, like the Girl Scout badges. Yeah, and I want a vest, and
Yeah, cool stuff.
Right. So last week we were discussing Signal. Have you guys Signals, the package? Have you tried that?
I have not yet, but it is near the top of my list of what I'm going to try for my next like rapid prototype thing. So I think pretty much everyone here knows I love rapid prototyping. I love making silly little projects, knocking them out, and then moving on to something else. Like, I don't have like a grand overarching project. I make something profoundly stupid, and then I move on to the next profoundly stupid thing. But it's fun, right? And so the cool thing about that is you get to try out a lot of different technologies, and Signals is next on my list for sure.
I have not used Signal either. I'm a Watch It fan. Speaking of rapid prototypes, I find Watch It to be super fast to spin up. So Simon,
so I think this is the difference. So,
Yeah.
I think you can use Signals with Watch It, right, and Get It and that kind of thing, right? Like the
Get
idea is
It's different though than Watch It. Get It is just for like dependency
all right,
injection, and
fine.
Watch It is state management. So
okay.
I'm thinking about Disco plus Signals would be a really interesting combination. Like I was looking at both of those.
Disco, I feel like Disco and Lightref just are not exactly what I'm looking for. They're very so near to what I want. And I was thinking to myself, maybe there's room for another package. Which is,
are we going to get the Simon State Management package? Are we going to get the Simon State Management package?
Well,
that is just what the Flutter community needs. Is another.
No, it's not. It does not need another one. It does not need another one.
We don't have nearly enough conversations about state management, Simon.
I feel like there's a lightweight dependency injection piece that can go alongside Signals. So it's like Signals DI or something like that, which is just like you can use with Signals to closely map the two. Disco works really well with the Signals package that is done by the same author, but it's like, again, it's you want to say maybe a bit more. I was trying to do some Signals stuff the other day, and I was like, I was using a stream provider, and I was like, well, how do I do that with Signals, right? Like it is just do you see what I mean? Like it's one thing about you just need to actually hand the signal down the tree, and then the signal is then watched at the actual point at which you reference it, right? So it's a bit different to just getting the thing from DI provider and then watching it, like Watch It or something else, right? So there's some slight nuances there which are like not one-to-one, right? But
so something that I appreciate about Disco's approach, and maybe I'm just using RiverPod wrong, and if I am, Randall, I would love to be.
Randall will tell you.
Yes,
we'll tell you.
So I tend to take my business logic out of the widget and I put it into like a RiverPod provider that is accessible to that widget, right? And so it's a clean way of separating the business logic. But the problem is because RiverPod, you put like that provider scope at the very top of your app. That means if I've got a widget over here who's using that one provider, and I've got another widget all the way over here, I'm smart enough to know that I shouldn't grab this provider over here because it's not relevant. But hypothetically, I can grab it. Hypothetically, I can touch it. There is nothing stopping me from watching this little provider that is dedicated to this one little widget over here with something over here. And so as a project scales, that is something that I've seen become a problem. And so I feel like the thing I like about Disco is that you can scope the accessibility of things very nicely on the widget tree. And anyway, go ahead, Simon.
That's exactly that.
I see you've got an opinion, Simon. I see you've got an opinion, Simon.
Always got an opinion.
Yep.
I was gonna say that's very similar to the provider, right? The notion that you still have to provide. You can't just grab anything and provide it. I also kind of like the idea that you can just grab anything and use it. I don't know. It depends on the situation, right? Like maybe it's a case of having something that's marked as like global or scoped, right? Which is a bit like what Lightref does. Right. You can have singletons and then you can have scoped references. So
that's
as Noel just said in the chat, you can make the provider private scope, right?
Private to the library, because we don't have private to a file.
Well, underscore is private to the
library, which is usually one file, but it can be part and part of.
Right.
Oh, yeah, if you use part and part of, sure.
Yeah, that's what a library is. So it's local to the library. That's what underscore means.
All right, and that's my rant. Well. And don't get me wrong, I actually do love RiverPod. It's still my go-to grab for if I've got a project that I think is going to be around for a bit and I don't want to experiment. It's no slight to Remy. I think he's done some amazing work. It's just an observation that when you make one decision, there's always a trade-off, right? And it's impossible to make a perfect decision. And I think that, that's one of those things that when you choose to do one thing, you're giving up something else. And that is honestly the ultimate problem with the continual state management arguments that we have in the Flutter community, is because I think people want the one right way to do things. And the reality is it depends on what you're doing. That's ultimately what it always comes down to. It depends on what you're doing, and, one answer never fits all. So
between
This
last week
right
and
way.
yeah,
unless Simon says it,
oh,
and then it's true. If
Plus,
Simon says it, it's gospel.
You don't always have the luxury of being the person that decides everything from the front.
No.
Often you are getting hired into a legacy project and you have to learn what's there and how to work around it. So it's good to know all of them.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying before.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had this conversation with Sam the other day, and it was around the fact of you start using a library or package. Don't just take that package and use it. Understand the package. Understand what it's doing. How does it do it? Right? Like you're learning. Then you're not just like. I just don't. For me, that I want to know. Like, if I needed to solve a problem, how do I solve it? Oh, there's this thing that solves the problem for me. Well, how did it solve the problem? So I know in the future. Do I even want to go use that package? Like there's options. Like I know how it works.
To your point, though, like
some people don't want to know.
Yeah.
And to me,
Yeah.
that's half the fun, right?
That's insane to me. Like, particularly in the world of AI, where the AI can write the code for you, knowing is literally what our job is now. Like, that's literally, if you want to understand what our role is in a post AI world, it's knowing. It's knowing when to use the right tool. And to your point, like, I've come in on projects that use block. I am not a fan of block. I think anyone who knows me knows that I'm not a fan of block, but they were using block. So, the worst thing you can do is be the guy that's like, we should refactor all this to use something else. Like, the truth is they're not hiring you to do that. Right. I think we've all been on that project with that guy. Right. So
it'll make it more efficient though.
Right. Right. That person is Simon, right? No,
I know that because like there's a certain part which is you want to like part programming, which is that idea of that you want to make something really fast, efficient. Like there's different aspects of what you want to do, but it's about where to apply your time more than anything else. And that's not a good use of your time when you've got working bug fixed code that is fundamentally working. Unless you literally rebuilding the app, as it were, for a particular reason, and it makes sense, then of course you can reassess your state manager, you can reassess what you're doing, right? But yeah, I think there's I say that right, but there's also like an aspect of if you're working, I suppose if you're also working on a product that's ever evolving, that you're it's like a company owned product, then maybe that's also a case where you're slowly like patching out old code by renewing and refreshing, right? That's another common thing. So it's like you might build like a new feature of the app, but with a new state management, and then once that's working, then you can start saying, okay, I'm going to take this on the next screen, convert that to use this new one, take the old next screen, convert that. So you're kind of lifting it up and moving forward rather than just stagnating.
My experience of that, Simon, is that you now have 2 state management systems in the app for eternity. Like that's...
so yeah, I mean this then is more about managing technical debt and more
that's fair.
A management thing. So there should always be time to manage and refactor and work on the existing code, not just consistently add new features. Because I can tell you right now, any product you can add new features on consistently, is just like a lumpy mess at the end of the day, right?
I'm just going to sign off. I guess I'm not being heard. So.
I
was going to say I just did this for. I was just saying I did this for a customer where they had originally chosen provider, and it was sort of laced all over their code. Like as usual, there was something like 55, 60 providers. I figured out a way to have provider and RiverPod simultaneously in the app. And so I could transition one provider to RiverPod, the next provider to RiverPod. And at any point within as long as I had like the 2-hour window to clean up on each one of those, I had a working set of code that passed all the tests. So it takes work. It can be done, but it requires a pretty deep understanding of both Provider and Riverpod and how you can sometimes cheat with both of them. So also, as I was going to say earlier, so between last week and this week, I converted a couple of my smaller personal applications from Riverpod to Signal. And on the smaller one of those, I'm using Gemini CLI to do that. And it did it great. It fixed up all the tests and everything, and it just works.
Yeah.
And the app works. There was only about 10 signals. It wasn't like a big project. On another project, I have some nested Riverpod providers, and it got the code, I think, mostly right. And what I really like about Signal is the code is so much easier to read. It's for some reason it's just less complicated. It's just nice. So I may be not picking up Riverpod or not waving the stick of please use Riverpod everywhere. I may finally have changed here, so we'll see. But it couldn't get the tests quite right. So I think there isn't enough information out there that makes it easy to test Signal in the ether, so that the Google searches are finding it and stuff. So. But other than that, the code got ported just fine, and it looks great. It looks much easier to play with. One of the cool things I discovered while I was doing this experimentation is the extension on duration. You can say duration dot to stream signal or whatever, not stream signal. What is it? Stream signal. And so you can actually get this little, if you never need a provider that's just providing a ticker. It's really handy to do that. It's kind of fun.
There is another advantage to signals because Simon had told me about this a couple days ago, and I've been talking about it with some other friends of mine and colleagues. And what I didn't realize is that it's also used in the Angular JS world. It's also used I knew it was used in the React world. And so one of the benefits is that if you've got new developers who maybe aren't familiar with Flutter but are familiar with other stuff, when they see the signals, it's a paradigm that they're already used to. It's something that they already understand. So it's one less hurdle that they have to come over to begin working on a Flutter project. So
one less hurdle to using the true platform.
Correct. Yes. The one true platform to rule them all.
The platform to rule them all.
Yes.
There is only one platform. It's Flutter. Yeah. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about it just depends on the situation, what you should use. That goes away when it comes to Flutter. The answer is always Flutter. There are no other platforms. There are no other frameworks. The answer is always just Flutter, 100%.
I get frustrated when go ahead.
Yeah, no bill runner. No need for bill runner.
Right. No bill runner. That's the other thing. I'm amazed at how it does it, because it's sitting there. I handed a chunk of code inside a closure, and it's calling out to fetch other values that are also signals, and that registers it in some magical hidden database so that we now have that dependency linked automatically. This is not done with CodeGen where it's looking through and looking at the code. It's doing it by just the fact that at runtime, it's getting triggered within a certain environment. Pretty smart stuff, I think.
I will say the improvements to Build Runner, we were a few Flutter versions behind at work. So I didn't realize how much Build Runner improved in newer versions of Flutter. I still would rather not run Build Runner, but oh my gosh, we went from 10 minutes to about 3. It was impressive.
Yeah.
Definitely the recent Build Runners have been a lot speedier. Yeah, it'll be cool. We're looking for questions, by the way, from y'all. And that's what we're going to be answering. Also, code suggestions, too. So either questions or code suggestions, but put it Q-colon in front of it, and I'll flag it, and we'll start answering things. We could probably answer the first one.
We'll jump into some live coding and just start fiddling around with things.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is the widget book plugin used exactly for? Need a bit of detailed explanation if possible. I watched the video from the Flutter channel, but didn't understand its use case. So
widget book, or is there a plugin for widget book specifically?
So widget book, we are very much looking at using it at work. We haven't jumped into it just yet. So the challenge is we have a team of people, and it started out with just some developers, but now we've got business analysts and project managers and people who are looking at UX and UI and stuff like that. And so when they're writing up requirements or trying to convey how they want something to work, it is difficult because frequently what they're doing is they're taking screenshots of the app and essentially not literally using MS Paint, but almost using MS Paint to try to draw buttons and things on top of it to explain how stuff works. Whereas if we had widget book in place, they could potentially use the existing widgets that we've written in the app and bring that up and use that to kind of make mock-ups or to look at how things work or things of that nature.
So this is the widget book demo. If I could grab a thing, so you can like select different parts of UI and see how it might look in different states, right? And this is basically it, right? So that's, I mean, the idea of widget book is a book of widgets that you can then look at, and then you might have, you know, what a screen looks like when it's in a different state, or you can put your own set of fields like blah 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 name and see how things react with a really, really long name. Wow, that's a really long name.
Nice.
Are they verified? Are they not verified? Yeah.
Welcome.
Right. But yeah, it's that kind of like you know, allowing you just to peruse and understand, you know, what things are going to look like when they're going to the app and verify that all the widgets look appropriate. Right?
It's a live catalog. So basically, what you're doing is you're separating out your widgets into a separate structure so that the wrapper for that can come along and build this framework of this testing demo system. And this also means that this could be an entirely separate repo in your organization. That means you can share the same look and feel across multiple applications written even by different groups, as long as you're sharing the widget books as your source of locally created UI.
It's not too dissimilar to Storybook for JavaScript, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah. That's where it was stolen from, yes. Yeah.
I would also be remiss if we didn't point out that the folks behind Widget Book also have Widget Book Cloud, which is used for a lot of testing stuff. They use Golden as a foundation, but there's some additional really interesting testing stuff that you can do with it.
You also essentially having a hosted one, right? So that it's just easier to make changes and then for the entire team to visualize them and see them.
That's actually our big holdup right now, is like the conversation of where we're going to put this. And we've got some people that are like, can we just throw this in a SharePoint site? And some of us are like, And then, you know, it's like, do we stand up a new web server for this? What does this look like? Whereas if we used Widget Book Cloud, I feel like it would save a lot of the issues we just yeeted over there. But pro and con to everything.
Indeed.
Right, have we done enough
more
of that
questions?
one? Let's see. We got a few more questions right here. Can we get 1 minute of silence?
Oh, hey, so just to clear, what is the interface they're using to input values quickly and navigate to all the widgets? That is Widget Book.
Yeah, that's your book.
That's Widget Book. That is Widget Book.
Yeah. Okay. I only just barely saw this, but apparently Android side loading is going away.
So I'm dubious about this one. It's not necessarily not exactly side loading, but apps are assigned with keys. The idea is that they want to make sure that all the developers that are building apps for Android are actually pay their $25 one-off fee, right? I think it's basically what it kind of comes down to. Which is, you know, on half it is like, yeah, sad, but equally half it is like, well, that's way better than Apple's $70 a year annual developer subscriber fee, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why they have trillions and trillions of dollars is because of all those developers that want to build apps that have to keep paying the tax.
Yeah. My free apps that I put out on the App Store, every time I have to pay that Apple developer $100, I just die. I die inside.
It's 100 now. It's I know we're not
100 for a while.
Yeah.
17, 90.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
And so,
yeah, I feel like on the Google side, there's some identity verification too, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
they were doing this. They've been doing this for a while. So any developer account that was on Google, they've been validating the companies and the information that's correct, that it's a proper legal entity and all the rest of it, right? And they basically just want to do that with all the developers now, by the sounds of it.
We had a issue at my former company where people were making fake Google apps to use to churn credit cards. So people were legit using Google Play to fraud to do it. So that was one big thing they're cracking down on for sure. It's essentially gone away since they've put in those measures.
Yeah, there's
Another
also,
big one is crypto. Yeah. Enough said.
But yeah, I think as I said before, like you know, you can always like sideload onto any rooted device. Like you've got full control of the device. They can't stop you from putting whatever software you want on the device. And this is the case of out of the box. You know, you can't just sideload APKs onto a device anymore. Is what they're saying, without having a developer account. So.
I'm speaking of new phones. I'm getting the Pixel 10. It's supposed to be arriving tomorrow, and I could not be more excited about that. I'm a Pixel guy, so.
Which one? Which one did you come from? I have 9, so I think I'm gonna wait to upgrade.
I am on a 6, so.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a big jump.
I'm overdue, man. I am so overdue.
Yeah. So I went from a 6 to a 9.
Same. 6 was great. I liked it.
It's a solid phone. My battery is not holding a charge as much as it used to, and all the things. Free posted something earlier.
I'd say Google did me. I bought my 6 through the Google store, and the battery started when I switched to the 9. The battery, the old one, started to the case literally like opened out where the battery started to puff out, and it was completely obviously outside of warranty, right? Like it's been, I've had it for a long time, and I just contacted them and they went, "We'll send you a replacement."
Wow.
I had 2 6s, and my first 6 did the same exact thing, a lot quicker and within the warranty time frame. But they also swapped it out pretty quickly.
So I can't say I'm very pleased with that service. So.
Yeah.
I'm also on my second 6, but it did not have battery issues. My dog ate my first phone. I'm not even kidding.
It sounds like
I'm not even kidding.
My dog ate my homework.
Yeah. So like I was taking a nap on the couch and my phone fell out of my pocket. And I wake up and my dog Gladys, she's like yay big. Like she's not a big dog. It's not like, you know, a Rottweiler came in and chomped down on my phone. She thinks she's a Rottweiler, but she's about yay big, right? And so I wake up and I hear her chewing something under the couch, but I hear like a tinkling noise. It's like not a bone sound. So I look under and she's chomping away on my phone. Screen's gone. The whole thing is just like chewed up. Like I took her to the vet. They induced vomiting to get the glass out of her. Like it was. So once we got the vet stuff taken care of, I'm looking at my phone that has literal giant bite marks out of the corner of it at this point. I'm like, I can't use this thing. And I'm like, do I take it to a shop and get it repaired, or do I just go online and buy a used one? And so I've been using a secondhand Pixel 6 ever since because my dog ate my phone.
Wow.
So I'm very excited. I should have. I'll be honest with you. In the moment, I was so worried about my dog that I didn't get the picture. And then afterwards, I should have taken some pictures of the phone. I should have.
Yeah.
But
that would be
she's fine. She's still a little rascal running around the house. It's go.
And where my mind went is, but if my phone is dead, how do I take a picture of it?
I could have used my partner's phone. I could have.
Okay, sure. All right. But I was thinking, well, yeah, that would be the thing I would take the picture with. So now where does it go? I have all this relatively expensive SLR camera gear, DSLR stuff. I got like 4 or 5 setups, 4 or 5 entirely different packages. And I haven't taken them out of their boxes behind me. You can't see it, but I have a bunch of boxes back there. I haven't taken them out of their boxes in something like 5 years, just because the phone cameras have been so good that I haven't been tempted to drag my real camera out. But so
I
at
remember
some point,
getting the.
yeah.
Was it which I can't remember which Pixel was? Was it might have been like the Pixel 2 or something? Maybe might be the original Pixel, where you had that boat, like the boat, you get the bokeh effect, like the proper depth field of view by moving the phone up slightly, like you take a picture and move it up. Don't know if you guys remember this. It was a thing, and it would do the, and because it didn't have any LiDAR or anything like that back then, so you'd move the camera up, and it would in software work out the depth of field of the subject, and then you'd actually get the proper blurring of the background to the foreground.
I had an HTC One that did that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I had that same phone too. I feel like we're phone twins.
We're phone buddies. Yes. No, I had my first Pixel was the 3A actually, and I gave that to a friend after I upgraded to the 6, and he is still using that phone. And I'm like, dude, they are not putting out security updates for this device anymore. You are unsafe. Please update your phone.
Wow.
I had the 3 also.
Nice.
We have some more questions. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Have you seen the cool digital Flutter-able ID tags that have been devised for the upcoming Flutter and Friends? And are any of you going? I think we talked about that a little
I
bit.
have seen the tag. The
I've
tag
seen
is
them.
dope.
I want
I've
one.
seen
I'm
them.
jealous. First word I had for response was jealous. Because I'm
I
not
don't
gonna use
actually
one.
run Dart or Flutter on them. I'm going to just carry that one for a start, right? They're basically e-ink displays, right? That are you can NFC and program the e-ink display, which is how a lot of I don't know if you've got this in America, but over here, pretty much every supermarket store now uses e-ink displays for the show their prices on the shelves, and they can just have the machine that they go up to and just tap it and reprogram the tags, right, with the prices, rather than have to reprint anything and slide them into plastics like you used to do and back in the day. No, they can just tap and like reprogram across the shelf, and they've just done it, right? And so it's basically one of those things, right, where it's just it's got a cutout for a tag, but which is cool, still cool, right? I'm just saying that, and it's color as well. It takes a while to program. I think if I remember rightly, the video I saw from Lucas, it was Lucas. I feel like I got his name wrong. Anyway,
Color e-ink takes maybe not all of it. I haven't looked at the new Kindles, but
it takes forever to refresh. It has to do 7 cycles. It does because the thing is the inks are the same. So there's another thing. They're not RGB because RGB wouldn't work because RGB is emissive light with a reflective light. So reflective light is the same as photo, which means you actually have CMYK effectively, but because of the tonage, you actually get 7 colors. I think it is 7 different shades of color that you can choose from to get like the final essentially mix of red, green, blue that you need to get the reflective light properly.
Yeah, there's a guy in the Flutter community who I really respect who's done work with Flutter on e-ink displays, and I thought about digging into it. I did my talk. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Yes, I was trying to rib you a little bit. But like
others.
I looked at it and I was like, could I do like a color e-ink thing? I was looking at projects and I watched how long the refresh took, and I was like, I see potential uses for it. Like, I don't want to say it's a worthless technology, but for what I want to do, no, it's never going to work.
So they've actually been working on, so you'll see that there's really fast color e-ink displays been out on a few new tablets now, like the new Kindle. I think there's a new Kindle and some other ones. But they're not, I don't know about the new, I'm not specific, I don't know which particular device, but I know a range of them have come out where they're not actually e-ink displays. They're LCD displays, but rather than having a backlight, they actually have a reflective surface, right? So you get this kind of like ink feel. It looks like paper, it feels like paper. You don't get the bright light shining through, but it's still not as the refresh rates can get pretty good. I think the grayscale ones are even better, but we're not there yet, sadly.
I love e-ink. Like that's what breaks my heart is my Kindle is my favorite device. I read every night. It's my favorite thing. And the fact that that technology is kind of, I don't want to say stagnated, but it hasn't advanced at the pace that I think other technologies have.
It actually has been getting really good behind the scenes, but I think the problem is there's only a couple of companies that are actually developing it, right? So
Sure.
Whereas once it becomes, this is what happens, right? Once someone develops the idea and gets the technology working, then lots of manufacturing facilities will manufacture that idea, right? And then it becomes widespread because the prices come down to make it workable. It's the same as like flexible screens. Where are these lovely flexible screens that we saw in all these shows? Why haven't we all got flexible screens? Right?
We got foldables. I wanted a Pixel 10 Fold. I couldn't justify $1,800. But
it was also, to me, honestly, I look at them and just go, it's just a double phone, and I don't want to have double amount of a phone in my pocket.
Danielle has the foldable one. She really loves it.
If it was like the same size of a phone but just cut in half, great, because then it's like, you know what I mean. But it ends up being they're quite a bit more chunkier because
okay, so let me explain my use case for a foldable phone, because this is like my thing, right? This is my
tablet, right?
It comes down to Dungeons and Dragons. If we're it comes down to Dungeons and Dragons, right? Because like when I run my game, I always run it off of a PDF, because if I need to search for something, I can do that. I can make notes inside of it. I can annotate it. I can do all the things, right? And so I've got a phone and I've got a tablet, and I would really like to be able to just make both of those one device and just be able to be like, oh, I need this in tablet mode. And then I don't have to worry about syncing files back and forth. Like if I'm out at a coffee shop and I want to look through a PDF for a module I'm getting ready to run, I don't have to think, oh, I don't have my tablet with me. I can just like plink, open it up, and boom, it's right there. Such a first world thing.
I have a feeling that is the novelty of that is going to wear off really quickly, and you're going to realize you've got a double phone and it weighs like a crap ton in your pocket, and it's going to be a nice paperweight.
Maybe. Yeah. I didn't pay the $1,800, so I'm never going to know. But
we got three more.
Get a company you work with to get you one for free, and then find out. Then you find out. Try it through company, and then when you find out it's crap, you be like, no, take it back.
I love that Randall is desperately trying to keep us on track, and the rest of
yeah.
Thank you for trying to rails, Randall.
I'm tired enough that I have to remain on focus in order to remain on focus. So it's just the way it is.
Let's carry on with some more questions, and then we'll get some live coding.
We can talk about everything all day.
The Chromic Journey says
sharp people in this class here. I'm using blocks. So speaking of block, so if a screen's element is wrapped in a listener and we push another screen on top of that, still the listener and the builder of the previous screen fires. That's true, because those pages stay alive even though they're buried in the stack, right? I mean, we need to navigate the old.
So it's there's a deactivate. I mean, like that you'll get. It depends on. There's a lot of things, but basically it's just on top, right? But you can detect if you're the topmost thing and actually deactivate and like unlisten if you want to, or handle things differently. But the idea being that if you let's say you return to, I don't know, let's give an example here. Shopping app, right? So you in a shopping app you have like a list of products and it tells you the number of stock you've got in stock, and you tap an item, go to its details, you buy one, and then you return to the previous screen. That stock number should show one less, right? You don't want it just to change once you reach the screen. It's there ready for you, right? And I think it's that kind of, the difference is the block can trigger, the logic can change the values in that previous screen, but the build is not going to take place because the screen isn't on the stack, right? So the state is there, ready to be attached, but it's not physically in the tree. There are some other things you can do, like off stage and a few other widgets that can help sort of, yeah.
Well, yeah. Older screens are reacting because they're still around. Yeah. They're alive. You haven't deactivated them yet. Yeah.
If you don't want the older screen there, replace it with the new screen.
Yeah, and that's what they said they couldn't do because they're stuck with push, not push replace.
So as I say, you can tell if you're the topmost in the navigation stack, right? With modal route.of context, and that'll give you the current topmost route of the context. So you can also do some other things like with navigation observers and some other things. Depends on your navigation stack how you want to sort of handle that.
Okay.
Oh, before we do the next question, I got to pop. So thanks, y'all. I'll
Thank
see
you
you.
for joining us.
See you next week.
And I'll see you again.
Bye.
Good seeing you.
So this is just a continuation of the last one, right?
Yeah, I just they said it two different ways, so I wanted to make sure that both of those were up at one point. So that's enough on that one. Let's do this. Free says, anybody dove into the 16 kbytes pages thing on the Android yet? And explain what it's about. I know nothing about this.
Memory split into 16 kilobyte pages rather than the 4. There you go.
Is that so they can expand the size of the table without?
It's actually well, I suspect it's because the the page can have less space, but also you can probably have things more like so. Let's give an explanation. Try and give an explanation. So let's say you wanted to track how much memory you had, and you're doing it at a byte level, right? You now need to have something that indicates if each byte memory is allocated or not. Well, if you have 1 bit, now that's 1 bit in 8 is used for counting. That's just one. That's a lot of your memory. That's 20% of 20%. No, 1/8, whatever. 1/8 of your memory that would be gobbled up just to track how much memory is allocated, which would be useless, right? So they do pages, right? The idea being is that you have a note of is this memory in your RAM allocated and where it's who it's allocated to. Traditionally, it's been done in 4 kilobyte pages, and then those 4 kilobytes are grouped into 4 megabyte pages, and those 4 megabyte pages into 4 gigabyte pages. I say effective pages, but tables basically. So it's a page level, then it goes to a table, and then a table, and this is called virtual memory. And each process, each program that's running has its own has its own page table to indicate what memory is allocated to what app, and that's how your operating system tracks what memory is allocated to what program that's running. And when the CPU, when a thread on the CPU changes between one program and another, it loads a different page table. So it's working with a different set of memory. So that when you reference, your program references a certain address, is referencing it on your RAM as you've allocated to, not another program's RAM. Anyway, so that's the quick thing about virtual memory. The problem is, as that memory gets larger, so let's say you got like 12 gigabytes. Let's say you're going up to like, you got 64 gig of RAM, whatever, right? Now you're not just doing that. Now you need to track larger and larger page sets to kind of cover that amount of memory that you can allocate, which means that now the actual table that holds your RAM, the allocation of RAM is now larger than 4 megabytes, which then throws into another set of problems. So I suspect, and I don't know this, but the way you do this is just increasing that page size, right? So you just go up to a larger page size, because most software will load things in units, right? Like you might load something from a file in 4 kilobyte chunks or 16 kilobyte chunks, and there's no need for you to actually load it in smaller chunks anymore. Like, we're not running at low memory, right? So 16 kilobytes doesn't make sense in terms of optimization. So I suspect it's probably because Linux is driving it, right? So Linux drives to 16 kilobytes, so therefore Android goes to 16 kilobyte or supports it. But yeah, I don't think it would make any. I don't think it would make any difference to any program that's running, right? Like,
cool. All right, one more question in the queue, and then we can do live coding or something, I guess. Here's the event loop.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just before we jump off that, I will say that the whole 4 kilobyte thing is also about alignment, right? So memory is allocated in chunks of 4K normally, right? Because of the page size. So I suspect there might be, if your program is running very close to metal, then that your 16 kilobyte page change would make a difference. But anything around Flutter and what we do, and app level development, there's no chance that there's probably no chance that 16 kilobyte has any impact on you whatsoever.
My device has started showing pop-ups about it on the dev builds since today. Something they must have put in the recent Flutter then or something, right?
If you're targeting Android 15 plus, then they must support 16 kilobyte pages. That's it.
Cool. Alrighty. One last question, and then if we don't get more questions, we can go right into live coding. Is the event loop in Dart running on a separate thread? Separate from what? From itself?
Each event loop is a thread, right? Is its own thread. So yes, each isolate has a thread, and that thread runs the event loop. You can go look up Dart concurrency, and that will give you a page that talks all about this.
It's actually multiple threads because there's I/O, but the threads there are not.
Flutter, but your Flutter runs multiple threads to do the interactions, but Dart itself is one thread per isolate, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
So not on the main thread. No, it does use the main thread now, the latest version. So that they've aligned the main isolates. The thread of the main isolate is the same thread as the main thread of your app in Android or iOS.
Yep.
They're synchronized now.
Cool. That was the only question you've gotten in so far. If you want to get a question in, please do it right now. Type Q: in front of your question so that we know it is a question.
So I just looked up that the 16 kilobyte page stuff, and there's a little bit of wording on this which we could look at briefly. So I'll bring up on screen. So starting the 1st of November, all new apps need to use this. So this, I guess, I'm trying to remember what version of Flutter targets Android 15 and above, but basically that's what you need. And it's basically saying that you must support it on 64-bit devices. So that's fine. For us building apps, we don't have to do anything, right? If your app uses NDK libraries directly, indirectly, you'll need to rebuild your app to work on these 60 page limits. Device manufacturer continue to build. So basically, this is saying like the Flutter engine itself needs to be delivered for this, and I believe it now supports it. So I won't worry. And if it doesn't, they'll make sure it's supported in time. Many of these devices have .6. Yeah, so as device manufacturers continue to build devices with large amounts of physical RAM, many of these devices will adopt 16 kilobyte and eventually greater page sizes to optimize the device's performance. That's what we're talking about. Adding support for 16 kilobyte page sizes enables you to run on these devices and helps the app benefit from the associated performance improvements. Without recompiling, apps won't work with 16 kilobyte devices or future Android releases. Check how your app is impacted, test your app, blah, blah, blah. Benefits. Here you go. Slightly more memory on average, but also various gains in performance in the systems. Low app launch times, whilst that system is under memory pressure, 3.16% lower on average, with more significant improvements up to 30% on some apps that we tested. Okay, great. Slightly more beneficial speeder launch time. Reduced power draw during app launch, faster camera during launch. Basically, all of this is a side effect of the fact that you're using the memory more efficiently, right? Improved system boot time again. Like the reason for this is that instead of loading 4 pages, you can load 1 page at a time, right? So, simple enough. These improvements for initial testing. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
So apparently the Play Store is rejecting apps that interesting.
Your app is affected by Google Play patient requirements. So there
I would
might
be
be
curious to know what Flutter version you're using.
Yeah, I was going to say, check your Flutter version. Also, you might have other native libraries being shipped inside your app. Take your APK, change it to .zip and your output, and go look inside the lib directory and look at the native libraries, the .so files. If you've got native code in there that's from a third-party library that you've or plugin that you've included, and that's not supporting 16K, then your app will be considered not to support 16 kilobyte pages. The other one is, it's only if you're targeting Android 15 plus, and I don't know if that's a requirement that now. That I think it's still Android 14. Actually, that's a good point. When you Starting 31st of August 2025. So in a few days, new apps and app updates must target Android 15 API level 35 or higher to be submitted to Google Play. There you go. So the policy is changing in a few days. So at that point, this is when this will be required. So do we have let's have a look. See if there's anything special in here.
I will be right back, guys. I need to step away for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. It's basically, as what I said, if you've got native libraries or if you write custom C++ code, you've got to recompile it, which, is expected. Okay, here we go. This might be your problem. You need to use Android Gradle version 8.51 or above and NDK revision 28 or above. So it might be a case that you've got your Valky. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So it might be that one of those two things is not the right version. So let me pop this in the chat for you. So this is the Android Gradle plugin. That's what's inside your Gradle script. And also if you've got an NDK version there, you need to have that as revision 28 or above. And so let's see what version of Flutter supports. You can also check this with your device. You can see your device page size with this command. That's helpful. Screen. Yeah, parents. I'm trying to remember what version of Flutter said it supported Android 15 and greater. I think it was the last one, like the last major release, wasn't it? Or was it the one before that?
Isn't there a table of that somewhere? I thought there was. Somewhere on Flutter Dev. Maybe not.
It's kind of annoying that they're targeting the 35, and then it does say from the 31st, was it the 1st of November? So there should be an overlap time here. But yeah, I can imagine this is going to be painful for a few people.
Yeah, we were getting that for a while too. We resolved it by setting our target SKDK to 36.
Yeah. You want us to do it, so you do it. It resolves it.
No, sometimes that's easier said than done, though. We were very lucky that we were able to do it and didn't break anything.
You need to look. You need to go look at the Android release notes to check the compatibility between each version. Because when you target a new version, the operating system expects you to have a level of compatibility with that version. So if you're not compatible, then that would be a problem. So they were working on 16 kilobyte page. It was completed last year, June 13, 2024, the support was added. So 16 kilobyte page sizes should be supported. So I wouldn't, according to the actual Flutter, there's an issue on the Flutter repo. So yeah, it's probably third-party libraries that you've got, including native code, like an analytics package or something. Who knows?
One more reason to be careful about how many third-party libraries you use.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We also have an interesting comment from Free. He said it earlier, but I didn't catch it. So this I learned. You can just type flutter run-t widget test file, and it will visualize it on your device. Let's do that. That'd be a fun demo.
So apparently, there's some Android 15 emulators that you can turn on 16 kilobyte page size on, so you can check it, and also Pixel 8, I guess 9, and so on. If you go into developer options page size, you can change it to 16K to test your app. Sorry, just wanted to some interesting
cool.
bits of information. Sorry, what was this? The testing?
This testing I'm definitely going to try later today. Apparently, you can visualize the test on the device if you do a Flutter run and add the -t flag. That's huge. That is huge. I have spent my entire career blindly writing tests, not knowing what was actually showing up.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
We should try this. This could be our code, or live coding.
Sorry, what am I missing here? Visualize it on your device. You mean it'll run the test on your device as an
yeah. Well, it'll do like it only works on test widgets. He said this in a follow-up. But if you've got like a widget test, my understanding, if I'm reading this right, is that the widget that you're testing will display on the device so you can see what is actually showing when you run the test.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The more you know.
Yeah, like I said, we should do this for live coding. I want to see it work.
I mean, honestly, I look at this and go, I just like look at the state in the test. I debug the test. I look at the state and go, oh, that's why it's not working.
Okay. But
I don't think like visually, I guess like it's nice to see it visually on the screen. The problem is when you run tests with a normal test harness, the view configuration is completely different to your mobile phone. So you're going to get a different experience when you run Flutter run-t on a phone, for example, to if you run it with Flutter test and then the test file. So you gotta be careful there, right? Like just because it works with Flutter run-t doesn't mean it'll work when you run it in test scenario.
Okay, but the flip side to this is like I think we've all gotten the glorious missed hit target thing. That warning where it's like I tried to tap on it, couldn't get to it, and then the question is like, is it because it was off the screen? Is it because it was, why is this? And like being able to just see what it is doing would be massive.
Yep.
Is it not rendering at all? Like,
yeah. What is it doing? Why is it not working? This would be very helpful to understand.
Yep. And then Raphael counters that a bit. It's a better trick. Just write the integration test using Flutter Run. It works with hot restart and it's fast. Yeah, but I've had big success with integration tests. It sometimes works well, and sometimes it just drives me nuts.
I am begging for integration testing to be something we actually do at work. I've not won yet. It is a ongoing fight, but enough said.
Oh, all right. That's enough on that, I guess. And we're back down to nothing. No questions.
Well, patrol is another helpful little thing, especially running on a road device. Right.
And having a widget book. Also helpful for testing widgets individually and seeing what they look like. So yeah, lots of ways. All right. Well, we didn't get any suggestions of coding.
What we're gonna code?
I don't know. I want to see the widget test thing work.
Yeah, same.
Really?
There we go. See, there's your audience.
Forgive God says it's amazing. So
yeah.
All right. Well, we need to have something we need to test. We have to make something that we need to test, and then we can test it.
Yeah. Well, let's build one of your normal columns that has like an infinite scroll or something. You make it a lot of those. Oh, you could even use one of the existing things to do the infinite scroll things and see what it does. Oh, you don't have any tests. Right. I forgot.
No, we can write tests. It's not wrong. Just gotta remember how to write tests.
No. You don't understand, Simon. we don't write tests anymore. We outsource that to the AI. We
That's what
tell
I said.
the
I
AI
remember.
write these tests for us, and then it's so. Jokes aside, like I do write unit tests. I want to make sure it's clear. I write unit tests for my code. Like if it's professional code, I write unit tests. If it's a rapid
Honestly, I
prototyping,
do.
no.
I do.
I do. I promise. But I hate doing it. And so, like the other day, I wrote a new feature. And so I told Cursor, generate some unit tests for this just to see what would happen. 48 unit tests later, this dialog box is now more comprehensively tested than
Any other
part of our app.
Yep. We know where every pixel is. We can guarantee
Right.
It will slide with this distance. Yep.
I got it wrong. It was a Pixel 4 that the battery is bigger on. My 6 is fine.
Still impressive, though. Still impressive.
Cool. All right.
Do you ever get rid of that's another thing? Like, do you buy your phone outright? Because I don't like getting on contract, to be fair, because I like the idea that if I want to change, I can sell it. You know?
Historically, I've always bought my phones outright. I've always been a buy my phone outright guy because it's cheaper in the long run. I don't know what carriers are like in the States, but if you get on like any prepaid carrier here in the States, you can pay significantly less if you know what you're doing, right? So my partner and I have two phones. Not going to plug them. We're on a prepaid carrier. We pay $60 a month. The service is fine, right? And most people I know are paying like 120, 130 for the same level of service that we're getting. And but the reason we can do that is we buy our phones outright, and then we can use it. This is the first time that we are doing like a thing, and we are switching carriers to Google Fi. And we're taking advantage of their whole plan for doing that. Yeah, so we'll see.
You've been Googled.
I've been Googled, yes. But I do like keeping my phones. I usually end up selling them or giving them away, but I do like keeping the old phones, particularly because you can do fun projects on them.
I was say, also great test devices.
Yes. Like install Ubuntu Touch, which someone mentioned in the comments earlier. And I'm like, I didn't even realize, I thought Canonical stopped supporting Ubuntu Touch. So
wow.
Flutter and Symbian.
Right. Oh God. Right.
Sure, that's an idea. Not saying good or bad. I think I stumbled across one of my iPhone 4s in a box the other day. It was really weird. It was so tiny. So tiny little device. It's weird. I said, did I ever use a phone that was that small? Because all my current phones have been a lot bigger. Okay, well,
right.
We still don't have a potential.
We're about to go to a rant of me complaining about how modern phones are too dang big. As I just said, I wanted a foldable, but
I do miss that. I like my Pixel 4 here. Is one of my test phones. I can reach my thumb on and tap anything in that whole lower portion, right? Like without trying to hold it weird. And you get like large. As those phones get like larger, it's just way awkward.
Steve Jobs was right. The small phone where you can reach every corner of the screen with your thumb was the right decision. We should have never changed.
Oh, one thing is this is a Scotty Vest t-shirt. I'm really a big fan of Scotty Vest.
Yeah. You want flip.
And it has a pocket that's only that big. So it's been useless for any of my phones in the last 5 years, at least. I mean, it's too small. It fit my earlier ones. I know I've had the earlier phones in the pocket. But I can't fit anything in there anymore.
I'm going to say, Raf just said like flip phones. That's what you need there to fit that pocket, right? It's one of the ones where like foldable but flip phone, right? Like that to me makes sense. Like where you would have like half a screen, and then you can do the old sort of flip, and you know have the full featured experience. Yeah, definitely.
Can I just say that 1999, The Matrix was peak cell phone design. Everything has went downhill since 1999 when they would pull out.
Nokia came out of the picture,
right?
I had to say Nokia completely lost the game at the very end there. Like they didn't really go with the. I mean, they were so ingrained in what they were doing that they didn't see what was coming with touchscreens, and then when it did come, they couldn't catch up quick enough.
But I look at like my phone that got eaten by my dog, and like all these people with cracked phone screens because they dropped a bag of marshmallows on them, and I'm like, if Nokia made these, this would never have been a problem, right? We would have never in a million years. Sorry, my partner just walked through the background of the. Never mind.
Hearing back there.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
Where were we?
I think we were trying to figure out something that we were going to live code.
Yeah.
Live coding. So I'm going to take that previous example and we're going to actually I'm going to rename it because we didn't use the last week's one. 7 and probably
get rid of the Q colon banner here.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm looking.
There we go. Now we're not taking up real estate.
Sorry?
Oh, I got rid of the Q colon banner.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And then we'll have material.
I finally figured that. I know where that is now, finally.
All right, what's your favorite material color? What should we choose?
Lime.
Teal.
Okay,
teal.
I can live with teal.
Let's do a teal. Vibrant. Let's go with vibrant.
Vibrant teal. Ooh.
Simon, what AI package are you using? Like my IntelliJ doesn't do the tab complete, and I've got AI enabled.
I'm using Augment Code, and it is the best AI system I have found so far. There you go.
Augment Code, as in Augment Code had a farm?
Augment Code.
Augment Code. Okay, I totally misunderstood that. I was getting ready to type Augment Code into the.
The link is in. The link is on screen now for anyone that wants to get tried. And we're going to see if we can get it to actually do the test because I just figure why not.
I always have captions on when I'm listening to Simon.
Sorry?
I always have captions turned on when I'm listening to Simon. That way it straightens it out.
I got to do my London accent, don't I?
Oh. Yep. Well, it is weird. Most of the time, when I'm watching British and Australian television, I have to have the subtitles on because I can't listen to it and fully understand it fast enough. It's weird. There's just enough of difference between my West Coast American accent and the dialects that I'm hearing from the UK, especially Scottish. Oh my goodness, up there it's just
we can't even understand them, so don't worry.
What's crazy is like I don't really hear a ton of accent on Simon. Like I turn on Doctor Who, and that's what British accent sounds like to me. And anyway.
Yep.
I'll take that. Sure. Why not?
That, or if you listen to enough RP from like the BBC and stuff, it's kind of that for me is sort of the official UK accent.
I have that nasally American accent, especially if I say y'all, then people know like, oh, he spent too much time in the South.
My singing voice sounds so close to Kermit the Frog's that I can sing Kermit the Frog with ease.
Do it. Simon, let's get some karaoke.
No.
Copyright strikes. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection. All right, it's enough. Hopefully it will not be a needle drop. You get demonetized just for that. Yep. And that's without warming up, by the way. When I'm really on, it sounds so close to the real thing that I've actually had karaoke hostesses run around telling, he's really the guy. He's really the guy.
Wow.
Nobody knows what the real guy looks like. He's down there somewhere, right? It was Jim Henson originally, and then Steve Whitmire, and he got fired a few years ago, and they got a new guy now. I don't remember his name.
Right, here we are. Let's see. Let's get some list tiles in here.
Yeah. Get your list tiles. Get your list tiles here. Then we can convert this to signals.
Even better.
Yeah, that'd be I'd love to see the way Simon approaches converting something to signal.
Would you?
Yeah.
Give that a go, I guess.
I actually think some signals live coding would be fun. Like, legitimately.
Yeah.
I have to hop off in 10 minutes, so I'll have to watch it later. But, I think some signals live coding would be fun.
You're not here, we can't do it.
Okay.
Right. Is that good enough kind of
Yeah.
thing? I guess so. Why? Yeah. Actually, I want to do. It knows what I'm thinking.
It is kind of uncanny sometimes.
Yes.
While we're waiting, anyone who's going to be at Berlin, I will be doing a presentation. So definitely drop by for that. I don't know when it is. I haven't looked at the schedule, but
schedule is just gone out, I believe.
Cool.
So I saw your video on the puck thing.
Oh, flip puck.
Flip puck. And what's weird is I don't have visual recall, but your voice sounded familiar, and I couldn't figure out who that is. I know I've heard this person somewhere recently, but I don't know where. It was weird watching that because that's not your name on there. I was thinking, I know a Matthew, but I don't know this person because you don't list your real name anywhere there unless you really officially are that at this point.
People know who I am.
I didn't. Sorry.
So how do we want to test? So what do we want to test it to make sure that you tap on a particular index of item, and then you get. We need something that we can inject into this to like indicate something occurred, right?
Maybe open a dialog box.
Well, we're calling this home right now. If we want to test this particular,
I see.
Tests are hard.
I mean,
why use AI?
What was it that? No, I'm just thinking about like having something like value in and just have something like on item pressed, right? Like this. Oh. What? Interesting.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Apparently Matthew's in the middle of the show. Second day, just after lunch, stage 3 of 5. That's about as middle as you can get.
I'll take it.
Yep.
If anyone wants to play Flip Puck live, I'll have it there.
Cool.
So nothing's really changed there. You're still getting a little print out before we tap on the items now, but now we can test the home widget, right? Should we see? See, I'm not actually trying to get this AI agent to do anything for me. GPT-5 or Claude Sonnet?
Sonnet.
All right, let's try this and say make a test for the home widget that validates if a scroll, that validates if the first 40 items are tappable. Count 40 items going to be pressed. Thanks very much. Crack me a test.
Yes.
Wow, this is behaving just like Cursor.
Test maker, make me a test. What? You laughing at me?
It's perfect.
Oh, okay. I have all these jingles in my head, and they're constantly coming out in the inner or the outer parts of my head, and I often don't say them, but I wanted to say
Okay,
them.
wants me to approve the file. Here's the file that came up.
No, it wants you to approve running the terminal command.
Oh, Flutter test.
Yep, it's going to test to make sure that the test actually works, and then when they fail, it's going to keep going until they fix them. It's like a junior developer.
Yeah, I know, but apparently it can't run.
Can't run what?
Oh, the slash. Maybe there's no. I think I might know what's going wrong there. I've got a special key in my thing, but let's just.
The test is comprehensive. We'll be the judge of that.
Ooh.
It's always so proud of its code after it writes it.
It is. It's pretty happy. It is very sorry when you call it out on things. I'm sorry.
All right, let's have a look and so.
Sorry, I just erased 3 of your code.
Home, and here you go. Add to the test item. So we got used our callback. Pump and sell after we initialize it. Great. Then it's going to go through 40 items, finding that item on the screen. Then here you go. Here's the scroll until visible, as we were saying, right? Using the item finder, scroll delta. So it scrolls 500.
Whoosh.
That's interesting, I guess.
It's a really interesting value.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need. Hang on. Repeatedly scrolls by delta. I suppose 500 is fine, like a whole page, right? Until it finds the item. Verify the item is found. Inspect it. Item should be visible. Tap the item. Pump. Verify that the pressed item contains the item. And then verify all 40 have been pressed. And then verify each of the 40 has the correct value. I think that's a pretty good test to run. And then what else we got here? Home test displays items correctly. So empty callback for this test and validates that the first few items are being displayed, that there's a list view, that there's a card, that there's a list tile, sure. Home widget callback is called with the correct index. Again, choosing one particular item rather than that. All right. I mean, that's quite a nice test suite, I guess. So if we're saying if we run this and just do Flutter test, we should pass, right? Let's see. See what happens.
Yep.
Yay. The test work. Now let's see if we can run them on the device. As we were saying before. So what we want to do is do Flutter run
-t in the test name.
And then the test file.
Flutter run -t test /
Gradle, 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 I made you out of clay. Oh, build
that
fail.
might just be because I just changed some versions that I probably shouldn't have changed. Interesting. I did. I changed the compatibility, the JVM compatibility. Let me. That's nothing to do with this. That's me fiddling around with things I shouldn't be fiddling around with. Let me put that back. And then I'll investigate what's going on there later because it should be working. Should be using 21 or 17 or something.
Just ask Augment to fix it.
Right, it's running.
Up.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that's cute.
That was magical.
So do you see that? Do you know what's really interesting about this? What I said before about the view dimensions being different. It's actually using the default ones, but on the mobile screen, which I wasn't expecting. So that's interesting. We should actually be able to change the view configuration. I just don't remember how. Well, actually, let's ask the AI to do it for us. See if
Let's ask someone harder than us. Ask our new overlord.
Sure. Add. It's called view configuration, I think, right? Right. And it's been a while. Yeah.
It's like I don't bother with autocomplete because I can just type in what I want more of, and it just does it. That's so much easier now.
Yeah, it's a test view configuration. Update the test view configuration, I guess we'll say. Do you know what? I can't even remember what it is now. I think it was like view.of configuration, something like that, view.of context. Update the test view configuration to use 720 by 1980 or something. 80 by. Wait.
I'll update the test thing. I am proud to work for you.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, my default LLM right now is actually Gemini, but since Gemini is my favorite, but then I go back to Claude if Gemini isn't available or if Gemini is being obtuse.
Yeah, I've been using Gemini CLI inside VS Code because there's an extension.
I'll restart, and it's in.
Test
finished.
Test finished.
Wow, that's so much easier than writing an integration test. That is just so much.
And then it does it all. Go for each item.
Wow. Wow.
You just rocked my world.
that
is definitely cool.
Free, that was great. Thank you for bringing that to this room. If you take away nothing else from today, we learned
Flutter run dash T. Run this one cool trick. Hit test targets, hate it. All right. I have to hop off, guys. I am already 2 minutes late for my next meeting, but good seeing you guys. And I will talk to you all later. Bye.
Ciao. Cool.
Oh, look. So look at this. Debug print override with a function. So we could actually detect if a print statement occurred. Sampling plot.
Oh, nice.
Let's see what else is in here. Test text input. On-screen keyboard corners must use focal ends. That's funny. Oh, and then we can then enter text. Okay. Interesting. So this binding is just a nice little way of accessing some of those system features. And the first frame rasterized, focus manager, gesture arena, image cache, is root widget attached. Quite helpful actually, some of this. Yeah, like even wait for the scheduler phase.
Wow. A whole new world. Whole new pile of
A
things.
whole new world.
I knew you would sing that if I said that.
Right, about async barrier.
New way of
School during
running.
testing before and after body has been executed. It is used for automated tests to drain all the marker tasks before the final pump happens during the test cleanup.
Picture recorder.
I guess there's some helpful little things in here.
That's tester binding. That's interesting. I did not know about that.
Okay. Right. Okay, good to. Oh, yeah. Pardon me. Right. That's good to know. I suppose if I was running this, I'm running some command line, but I could just run that in as a run configuration. So we could actually run. Let's just have a look. So if I do a normal Flutter run configuration, behind widget test, additional run argument dash T. Interesting. What does that mean? Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah, well, it was Flutter run dash T, right?
Yep.
I wonder if this is just building up the command slightly differently. Yeah, dash T is the entry point. Oh, it's just target. It is. It's a short for target, isn't it? That's why I was like, brain was going, hang on a minute. For some reason, my brain was going dash T for test.
Yeah, I didn't know there was
like it's something new, but dash T short for the dash target, right? Yeah. Right, so you just run it like a normal app. Yeah, that's finished. That's actually really helpful. So you can be like just developing like this in debug mode, your test, having a visual idea of it's running. And then you could also, here's the question, can you just run one specific test? Is there a parameter for that?
I could ask Gemini.
That's all this. I am running my Flutter tests with Flutter run, and I would like to only run a specific test case. What parameter would I need to use to do this? Okay, dash. Okay, hang on a minute. So this is suggesting dash name dash plain name with Flutter test, not Flutter run, obviously, right?
Yeah, I bet run doesn't have that.
So I wonder if I was to actually put this in additional. Yeah, Flutter run. We could go look at the actual Flutter source code. I don't know why we don't do that, but
how far down this rabbit hole do you want to go?
I know, but I'm curious now, right? Because
yeah, I can get it.
You're going to run it this way, right? And you want to run it. I don't want to have to run all those tests. I'm going to use an entry point. Why can I not like specify a particular like? Yeah. I mean, it's just not a parameter for Flutter run, right?
You can't select a group. I would presume the groups are pretty much isolated.
Yeah, but that's going to run with Flutter test. I can always run with Flutter test, right? But that's a parameter for Flutter test, not Flutter run. Fraser's like, I just put skip true on my tests. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's like a Dart define or something like that we can like pass in, and then it will use it in its run mode. Yeah, and then again, you're very close to doing integration tests, in which case you do an integration test and like problem solve, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm kind of curious. When it actually runs it, there must be something that's specifically passed in. I don't even know. Do you know what? I've never even looked into that. How I kind of want to look into it now. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you how the Flutter tool initiates a particular test. Something I just took for granted and never really kind of looked into. I think maybe we should hunt this one down.
If people are interested in it, I'm sure they'll stick around. And if they aren't,
people are not interested, let us know and we'll do something else. But I just like,
yep.
It just occurred to me.
Well,
I was like, let's go.
We'll definitely be doing something different next week. We don't know what we're going to do next week, but it'll be different.
Right. What do we want? We want test.
This is where it's handy if you've got a Git repo that you can just
test
drill into.
Names. Okay. Plain names and names. So compute the command line for package test -- name -- plain name. Is this web runner? Well, this is platform Chrome. So this is about running web tests. This is not one. Unless this is overridden somewhere.
Here's what free thinks it is. Just regular widget binding. Implicit views probably handed over. The Flutter can render.
Hang on. What I'm kind of curious about is this, where is it taking this? I mean, kind of command line and running a command line, fine, but that's not what we're doing. Is it? Maybe.
You don't have a checkout of the Flutter packages repo to point your ID yet?
I was just thinking that myself. I do, but I need to update. You do that.
I update that every morning. I have.
Here we go.
I have a list of 25 or 30 Flutter repos that I'm following, and I update them every morning. And that's definitely one of them, the Flutter packages one. And Flutter, and the Dart, and some of the lesser adjacent ones, and also.
Yeah, I mean, I need to do this really if I want to like follow this nicely. So we've got test runner run tests.
Yep.
And this is passing over the plain names it's got, but I've not seen that as Flutter test runner. I thought that was just a runner one I was just in. That's really. Drink. Oh, probably. Well, no, it's. Which was the one I was just in. I'm going around in circles. So if web, then it does this. Else, there must be an else. Exit early. Otherwise, do this.
Forgive God has a question for you.
What's this? To use a pretty scroll bar, how much that is there? So VS Code, I like it, but TJ has an outline pop-up pane. Has that? The scroll bar I think is free that I'm using. It's a plugin. That's what you want, like the overview. I can find it in a second for you. I'm gonna have to check it out, aren't I? What should we code something? I don't know if I can be bothered.
Well, we've only got about 15 minutes till the top of the hour, so can't be too long.
This thing over here is what you're talking about. This like view of the overview. That's a widget. That's a plugin.
That's a setting of VS Code. VS Code enables or disables that. Oh, maybe
Code
maybe
Glance,
it is.
Code Glance Pro. That's what it is.
Code Glance Pro. Ooh, so you're not opting for the free version.
This was free. This is free.
Oh,
it's just for professionals. It's pro.
Okay. Only professionals can download it and use it for free. Nice.
Right, let's move on. Right, what are we doing? Should we just hang? Let's do something.
I think we were trying to see. Well, we got the test to work. That was fun. So I think we've demonstrated everything we've come up with in the earlier part of the show.
Do we want to do some? Do we do a little bit of signals?
We could.
You don't sound very. It's not.
I'm anxious to start anything right now because it usually means I don't get out of here for another 2.5 hours. So
well, it wasn't that because I have an app here that I was working on myself, my own little app, and
okay, yeah, let's look at it.
And I'm not using any state management thing. I'm using I think Provider right now. I started trying to use ShadCN and yeah, it didn't go well. I didn't particularly like.
I've heard pretty negative reviews about that. It's convenient if you're coming from an environment where that's present, but
so I ended up having to patch it and then bug fix it. And I was just like, you know what, I don't want to do that. So that's getting removed right now. That's a simple thing. And then what we're doing? Whoops. Well, that's stupid. Simon. That. There you go. So, right. So let me just remove that out of here. And then we can then clean this up a bit, I think. Discard. Yeah. Discard those changes. So you start going in on this thing, and it's like, now I have to make everything. So I'm going to discard all these changes. It's all right.
Changes.
Just making it private. Yep. Cool. Now I'll just update our top level. So this is using a shadow app rather than material app. Let's put that back. Again, depends on right. Yeah. So now we're gonna complain about this. Cool. Let's generate theme.
Bye, Free. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, thank you. Why have I got context in here? Why have we got this? There and there. Right. Get rid of that. Is that it? Have it de-shadified? I've de-shadified it.
Wow.
I've done all those changes.
Yep.
Let's run it on. Let's run it on. I did a lovely splash screen thing on this. I spent way too long fiddling around with splash screen. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Sure. Fire it up.
It's
Build. Go, Gradle, go. Don't spit out a stupid message. Don't spit out a question or a message that I have to Google for. My Amazon device is giving me a notification of something. I wonder what that is. Probably excessive heat warning again for the third or fourth day in a row. Got some hot days recently here.
I wonder if my tokens took over. Come on. I probably should have done a clean build.
Reminds me of that IT crowd segment where
Oh, here we go.
Roy is helping the woman up on 7 and he's going,
You watching?
Oh, wow.
He worked.
Look at that. That was pretty.
So that was like so basically the app starts off like a logo.
So the static image has just a square on it, and then you transition to that.
So by default, Android wants to put like the icon of the app in the middle of the screen when it starts up with a solid color background. So the background fades into a gradient, and then like I overlay and make it larger. So, hey, Lane.
Finally,
that's fine. Yeah, you can still ask your questions. Go ahead. Right. I don't know what I want this app to look like. I haven't really kind of got that far yet. This is just like the basics.
They're using Provider right now, or you're not using anything?
So yeah, I mean, let's have a look at that, right? So I actually don't think I've actually used Provider. I don't even remember. I literally just hacked this together in one evening. And let's see where we're at. Yeah, I just used a provider to get this backend instance, and then I just chucked in like this kind of API to access whatever I need to access for the backend. So this is just making all the requests and whatnot. And then I've got I just chucked it all in here. It's very unorganized. There's this. I mean, it works. It's enough to get you logged in and working and getting the data, which is nice. But at this point, like each one of these entries has like not just the textual media, but audio and video and stuff like that attached to it, which I want to present inside the app. I think it also needs to be a nicer way of presenting than just like a list of items. So I feel like there's definitely something here with this kind of auth state, like extract that out of here into its own thing. What are we building? This is so I found a website that was recommended to me. It's called Journal Club. I've banged on about this before. I don't know if I've done it here, but Basically, that's what it says here. They explain the latest academic research, but in plain English, which is really nice. So it's not that you can't sit there and read all about like all the technical details, but I want to know what's going on right now. Why is this interesting? You know, the headline version, not like all the technical details about why this new thing is more performant or whatever, right? Like if we change the delta of delta phi of the omega to the, you know, it does XYZ and we can increase, you know, the latency, blah, blah, blah. That's like the technical minutia which makes it possible, not, you know, reasons why this would be interesting. So what these people do is they actually have editors that actually have, they call them hosts. They actually have experience in these areas like pharmacology, media, whatever it is, like they're different areas. And they review the journals and then do an editorialized view of each of the like interesting articles that come out. Anyway, so basically it's a case of they don't have an app, and I would have view it on my phone in a non-web browser sense. So I'm making myself an app for me. That's it. Simple as that.
That page that had all the editors' pictures and stories looks fake to me. I've seen too much AI stuff that looks like that. Stuff.
Definitely not. They're real people.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the whole thing is they actually do talk about AI in obviously people are like, why can't you just use AI for this? And they actually have a really interesting explanation. Where was it?
Because it might hallucinate.
You know that. Do you use artificial intelligence for creating these issues? Nope. Everything's made the hard way, manually by hand. By the nature of our content, you can probably guess that we're not opposed to AI technological advancements, but they're not as good as not good at everything. As of writing this, our position is that large language models, LLMs and CNNs and other expert systems are still really bad at making sense of novel information. That is information that doesn't comport to the system's prior understanding of the world. By its nature, academic research is always novel. So it's exactly this kind of content that LLMs and others would have trouble grappling with. Generally speaking, we believe in using AI when it can do a job objectively better than a human can. But at this point, it's still not the case. A human expert reviewing a research paper and delving into the nuance and implications of that research still, in our opinion, vastly outperforms AI in the same task. And maybe that will change, but until it does, we're making these episodes the old-fashioned way. And then also about voice to text, because there's audio. They have a audio one, and again, not as nuanced. I was looking at this the other day. There's actually a whole thing around like it's the way that you say a word that has a different meaning to the word a lot of the time, right? Like you can't see that in a written English, right? And it's really hard for AI to understand that still.
Like record versus record, wind versus wind. A bunch of them have off.
Do we have time to check a simple app by screening the files and code just quickly? As in what? What you said check. Do you want a code review? Do you want like an opinion? Like, I mean, sure.
Put it in gist.new, and put the last part of the gist in the chat. You cannot put a whole URL in the chat. Please don't do that. We won't see it.
Yeah, we won't see it.
Nobody. Yeah. You'll think you see it because it's on your scroll, but it's not on ours.
We won't see it. Yeah. Maybe people that were complaining before about why can't you answer my question? It's like we never saw your question because you put a link in it.
Yeah, had that before many times.
Yeah, so I think regarding this, I think that there's a making it's a good question. Actually, it's a question for you as well. Like, have you used Signal in any app, in this app or any other app? So no, and that's one of the reasons I want to put Signal to this app, right, as the first app to use it for that I'm doing. And then and Randall's saying he's converted a couple of his other apps to Signal. We say Signal is Signals with an S, to be clear. Signals.
Yeah. That's the name of the package. Yeah. You use the word signal a lot when you're using it, though.
Yeah. Cool. So shall we add Signal? Is it Signals Flutter, isn't it?
Yeah. That'll pull in all the right sub packages as well. that Dart tool.
I tried to add the lints, by the way, the lint signals, and it's just totally
Yeah.
out of date. I'm gonna let Brody know.
Yeah. Well, this thing hasn't had an update in 10 months, so it might be that some of that stuff just got out of sync with what else was happening in the world.
Totally. Yeah. Okay, and then what else do we want to do here? So here's a question. So we can use provider as the dependency injection system. So if I have a signal, let's split out this auth piece because it's a bit meh. Let's do wonderful, but that's not what I'm doing. Sure. Let's grab auth state out of here. Let's just separate all stuff out. So maybe my auth state should not be an enum, but a sealed class. That's an interesting one. I've got this notion of a session, which is your current logged in session, which is also auth state to a certain degree, right? So I think that there's probably room to spin that off out here. Yeah, so when we initialize, we want to initialize our auth. So we'll have a, let's put it in there. Don't worry too much. Yeah, let's not worry too much about the fact that we've broken something there. We'll come back to that in a second. And all of this stuff is to do with authentication, I think, at the moment. Most of it, at least. We're going to refactor this. Yeah, none of that. Sign out. Sure. All right. Oh, why am I going to end it? I didn't copy it all. Don't. I thought I was cutting it, actually, saying that. Yeah. Take that out there. Cool. And then sign out. Okay. So we've got, let's match this up. So we've got an auth manager. Just something, just auth manager. And we want auth manager to look at preferences when it starts up. So rather than actually handling preferences like that, what I might do, I just chuck share preferences in there because, again, we're just doing it really quickly. But I think would be notion is to have maybe something like storage. Now, what's kind of interesting is in the signals package, it was persistent signals, wasn't it? So it's this thing, persistent signals. Did you try this out at all yet, Randall?
I haven't tried that part out yet. But the AI did wrap properly shared preferences with a signal that has update hooks. So it pretty much was the same thing.
Maybe, I don't know. Let's chuck this in. I don't know if this is in the library or if it's there. Hang on.
I don't think so. I think it's just an example.
That's why yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the repo and just chuck it in the search box and just see if it's. Yeah, it's just an example. All right, so let's take this example and make a shared preferences store. Boom. Okay, it's a key value store.
Buy all your shared preferences right here at the store.
So, hang on. This is the way I was create a persisted signal. So it's saying there is a thing as a persisted signal. Is there? Am I again not understanding this? No. Ah, okay. Hang on a minute. He's got that down here. Persisted signal abstract class. So okay, so basically, okay, so let's put this all in one file here.
In most of that.
So I'm going to do this for now, and then we may split this off. But as an example, I'm okay with this, right? So we have a persisted Flutter signal, and is it because the mixin's not there? Okay, let's go to the mixin. All right, and okay, so we got a persisted signal mixin. Which is on the signal. So we can, as long as we make a persisted signal, then we're saying that, and we give it the stored key value store to use. So we create an instance of our shared preferences store and initialize it. I kind of like this idea. So let's run with this, because it was very similar to what I was doing anyway, right? So
yeah,
when the app starts up,
that's the thing I found too, is you know, it's really just so close to just being a change notifier that everything I know about doing change notifiers just works. Or value notifier, sorry, closer. Because you do have a dot value and stuff. And the only one I'm sort of a little fuzzy on right at this point is the async signals, because they have an interesting life cycle that's not exactly the same as the life cycles of RiverPod. So I'm still learning that.
so okay, so we grab our store, so our API, and then we're going to create an instance of our auth manager. Yeah, let's create an instance of auth manager. Oh, it needs API, doesn't it? So we'll have a late final for now. Cool. And then initialize auth manager, I guess, and that can see auth manager is going to need to have the store as well. So actually, this is like, let's pass this over, because we want the signal, the persistent signal, to be inside of there. So this is actually not, it's a key value store, right? The fact that it's a shared preference store. Well, we've got the initialize. Well, so auth manager, this is going to have a store. Okay, so as we're saying, when this initializes and starts up, then we want this to fetch the essentially do what's doing now. But it does it automatically, doesn't it? We were talking about this earlier. It this notion of app state. Yeah, I was just chucking it in like in one key as just a map.
Fair.
We're saying that actually we don't need to do that. We'll have one entry in shared preferences of each of the signals, right? So when this starts up and we initialize, what we're actually wanting to do is get the session from the key store. So we actually want a session signal. Except for say behavior subject. And it's default value of null, sure. Probably going to change this. And then what we're saying, no, this needs to be okay. So we're going to need a custom like session signal, right? Extends persisted signal. Yeah, abstract, right? Can we? Okay, so it needs to store. Enough.
Positional.
Yeah, because it wants it's persisted by type T. So this is actually in session. It should be null. All right, so we've got a session signal, and we're saying that we can have an instance of that, and then the store. And then when we, how do we actually use this thing? So we just load. Was it load? Init. So we expected to call init. Example. Yeah. All right. So in here we can do session init. Okay. So that's going to now essentially do what I was doing in here, which is fetching the item, and then it doesn't do the JSON. So is this going to do it from JSON? He said this does like a, yeah, see this one's this JSON decode. So I would have to override the decode function to T. And encode on my persisted signal on the actual signal itself for it to use my encode decode, right? Which is fine. This is expected. So actually, did that just suggest it to me?
Yeah, it actually said, oh, I'll do it for you.
Thanks very much there. Yeah, so from to cool. And again, this is actually value null. I guess we want a null string because it's the null equivalent, right?
Well, that would actually be the equivalent without the test then. So you don't need to test value null there then. Because JSON encode will give you back NULL if it's null.
Oh, would it? Okay.
Yeah. You got too much testing going on there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, decode is going to return null, and this doesn't take a nullable map. So we need to.
Yeah, I don't think the JSON itself would ever be null. Right.
Yeah, but the point here is that when we decode value null, right, it's going to return a null. So we just need to escape that to make sure that this session is null. So we've got nullable session, fine. We can always get rid of it being nullable.
Nullables travels.
Right. Let's carry on. So that's
I've got a
fine.
bail.
And then we can say if session value.
Can I share the question?
Hash value? Huh. I was going to just check value is not null. Just so I'm kind of curious. If I access the value without peak, and I'm not in another signal, then that's not going to register anyway. I guess it's good just practice to use peak when you're want to examine that value. Does not equal null. Then this, which I don't. We're gonna. We'll fix this up as we go. Let's just, and then sync auth state. So if the session is not null, let's change that state. So actually, I feel like auth state is what we want to persist, not session. And we combine auth state and session together into a sealed class because the two things are intrinsically linked, right? So if you look here, the auth state here, basically, if you're signed in, then you've got a session, right? And if you're in waiting for signing code, then that was just if I had that value in there, the confirmation, but that can just be the auth state itself. Oh, you're not signed in. And then we'll default to the not signed in state when it's null, so that we not make it nullable. That would be the best way of managing this. And then, so let's make a sealed class out of this, right? No. I guess all state itself is all state is the data inside of this. Yeah, so we'll come back to that. Oh, now what was I doing? A sealed class, all state. Yep. Well, thank you very much. Anyway, right.
I've got a bail about 5, maybe 10 minutes. I got a bail.
What am I doing wrong here? Has to be abstract sealed class or something? No. Sealed abstract class? No. That doesn't make sense. What? Since when have we not been able to extend the sealed class? Am I missing some class? Can only extend other classes. Oh, sorry, because the enum playing the same still. Cool. There we go. Ignore me. Right. So not signed in doesn't have any parameters. We could these. No, I don't want to be able to construct the states outside of here. That's just fine. Cool. So now we have 3 classes, and then when you're signed in, you have session. That's cool. And then waiting for signing code, we'll have a confirmation ID.
I was going to say, why isn't that just an enum? But since you have varying amounts of payload, you have to have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like it did make sense to have the 2 separate streams of data when they're intrinsically tied together.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Then these can be made final classes. That's what someone said in the comments. Yeah. Right, let's chuck. Let's just chuck all state down here at the bottom out of the way for a minute. Okay, and then signal session. This can be auth signal, auth state signal, auth state signal, sure. Auth state, not nullable. And we'll intrinsically have. That's a good point, actually. I guess a non-signed in value by default. And that's another thing I can do down here. I make these, thank you very much. There we go. It just reads my mind, this AI. I swear it does. It's just right, and then decode and encode.
Well, it's come a long way since the original Copilot. I mean, it's getting better every 2 or 3 months. I see a remarkable improvement in how well it seems to predict things that I want it to predict.
Apparently, Lane just said, I don't know why I know some of it, but your factory code just fixed my field classes and stuff.
Yep.
Right. How are we going to do this? I guess I can do a to from JSON and dynamic. Let's do it to. Look at that. Thank you very much. What have we got here? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, that works. Now watch it do it from JSON for me. Switch JSON type string. I guess, and if this is null, we'll turn not signed in. Use my factory constructors, damn you. Looks prettier. Ah, no, that's interesting. What's going on here? Oh, because it's nullable. Yeah, we won't make it nullable now because it can't be null. That's fine. So I think, there's a couple of interesting things we could do here with this silk type, right? We could actually have a method, a parameter in here, like a final string get type, something like this, and then just to kind of maybe make this a bit nicer. Oh, sorry, I'm running near the bottom. And this kind of maybe just helps it a bit easier to see all this up here, right? So we'd have signed in. Waiting for. Obviously, it depends on this. There's only 3 here, so having the switch statement is fine. I just wanted to show you what you might do if you had a lot of options. So we've got 3 types now. So this whole sort of show the type and the parameters. Again, we could add a to JSON function on the individuals rather than on the base type, right? So you could have a to JSON on each one of these, and that's just returning its type, right? In this case, so whether or not this is maybe more applicable to the look and feel of if you had like a lot of different abstract, a lot of different seal types, then maybe this is one option. That kind of gets rid of the switch name, right? So this whole toJSON function is not needed. The nice thing about having I mean, you know, you go both ways, right? So we can say you have to implement toJSON on any of the seal classes, and therefore that's inferred, then has to be done. Or you have your base type with a switch that says it has to be inferred. The from is slightly more, you know, complicated, right? So we need to take the type and then have a lookup on the type to say which from JSON to use. To be honest, these aren't that complicated, so it's probably easier to let's leave with the switch statement right now.
I got to bail. I'll see you in 2 weeks or next week, I guess.
Sure. All right. No worries.
I'll watch the rest of the show online afterwards. Okay.
Cool. I'll see you soon.
Let me go away. Where's
Get this
that
code working? Right. Let's do some final bits and pieces here. Get this it's working. Right. Where was I? Switch type. Why? Oh yeah, we can have a default. No, it's not default. It's underscore. I kind of like the idea that the two switch statements were side by side, but meh. Right. Anyway, let's move on. So okay, so we've got a way of decoding our auth state now. And we're not going to have it nullable. If the value's not there, I wonder if it doesn't try and decode it. Persistent signal. So it loads it. So it just returns this at its current value. Question mark. If not loaded, init ignore. Is that running init twice? Something doesn't. Oh, and let's get throws because it doesn't exist. And this is nullable. Okay. It's officially not loaded until it's finished doing the init. So this is actually going to call this again. Run the super. Okay, well, we'll fix it later. Not too worried about that. Right, auth jump back to here. Why are we getting a toJSON isn't defined? Yes, I know, because I had it. Didn't override it because I did it. Right, yeah, there we go. Yeah, right. I'm going to put back that switch. I'll leave it like this just for now. the type field is not really being used. I don't really like this. It's not really a static type either. How annoying. I'll go give some thought to that. For the moment, that'll work. So let's move on. Right. So we've got an all state signal. I'm going to have all state signal. Right. Get rid of session. It's now intrinsically in there. I have API. Okay, so late final can now be made public. We don't need to get it for all state because we're going to get the value from it. It's now a thing. Stream of distinct changes. Shouldn't need that either. All right, let's just clean this up a bit now. Cool. And all state peak. Okay, now we can say if your signed in is signed in, we can have case signed in. Then we can then take signed in session. Gosh, and then okay, this is the interesting. Then we want to make sure we're getting an updated session from the server. I guess people interested in this, is this like feel free to I don't know, comment, ask questions, whatever. So we want to get the latest session from the server and then update our signing state, I guess. So we'll say something like sure. Refresh episodes. That's part of there. Probably better to have refresh episode keyed off of the signal itself. So we'll create this instance, and before we initialize it, we'll have that hooked up, and then so here, so the idea being that when session, if session was to return back, does this return back? No, it can throw. So if there's an exception in getting the session, then we'll log the user out. That's already going to be in the right state, so we don't actually need to sync anymore because the init is going to update the state. That's all handled for us. Cool. All right, so yeah, confirmation ID. Yep, so I'll say so the save app state stuff. So send the value does save encodes the item and sets it in store, which is all of the things that we were doing in this save app state function. Notify listeners don't need to do that anymore because send all state does that. So magically, that's it. I should really deal with exceptions there, but it's probably not fixing me. Sign in with email. Again, same thing. We're going to get our thanks, Alex. Really do not, but it is not, right? It's not. Right, so then we want to that's a good question actually. So I guess we'll do an if peak case else throw, and then inside here we can grab our session and do whatever we need to do with. We should actually be able to do this, right? Final. How do we do it? We not do that. Let's just leave it where it was and all right, now we've got session. We can then set all state to sign in with session. Cool. Removing the confirmation ID done by that bit, changing the all states. So that bit's done. Session 2 minutes is done automatically. We want to refresh episodes then. Again, once you get to the sign-in state, we're doing that. Notifying apps that automatically happen. Cool. And then sign out is basically us changing out all state to not signed in. And clearing session ID. Don't worry about those. That's automatic. Okay, so that has refactored our authentication piece. Now, interesting enough, like the whole idea is that the API needs to know the current session ID so it can make the requests. I haven't had the API tracking it itself. I don't think. I suppose actually maybe it does. I don't remember what it does now. I know it does. It does. It updates, it tracks it itself. So it's just the initial state, and then if you log out, then new requests are going to go out without it. So I think what we've got is actually pretty reasonable, which is, where was it? When we sign out, we set it. I almost feel like I want the session ID in the API to be a signal, and then we can link all state up to it. Is that two-way then? Because it could be the session object itself, right? See, when the app starts up, we're recovering the actual session object itself. Let's leave it as it is. It works as it is. We can maybe link tightly bind them in some more automatic manner later. Because at the moment, if you were to change the all state value, yeah, no, it's an effect, isn't it? Does that mean we can do effect in here? We do it. No, we can do effect up front in when we initialize, right? So actually, that's a good point. I think that sounds perfect. Oh, hello. So API session ID is if it's signed in, then it's the signed in session ID. Otherwise, it's null. Yes. Can't assign value to variable type string. Hey. Is this? I guess it's do if I mean I suppose there's like that's what I want. Okay, so I wonder what you're about to do down here. All right. Actually, saying that, I don't need that anymore, do I? So if we've got an effect matched up here, which sets the session token ID to that when changed to signed in, and then our all state decoder signed in, we don't need to peek. You don't need to do that. I guess it's nice to refresh the current token when the app signs up and you're signed in. So that's all that's doing now. Okay. And then signed out, that's handled as well. Nice. Nice, I like that. Sorry, Lane, I didn't see I don't know your content is switched for what? For the if statement here. We're only doing the one if it's signed in. That'd be nice if there was I don't think there's a nicer way of doing this in short form. I don't know if you can do a short form here like this, right? I mean, happy to try. No, I don't think it would. Yeah. Anyway, it's fine as it was. It's legible. Right, where was I? All right, Auth Manager. Signified. Let's drop that into. So we've got auth state signal, we've got auth state, and we've got the management of that auth state. We do want to have the refresh episodes kick off when you become signed in. I feel like there's, well, we'll change it in a second. All right, let's one step at a time. All right, so back to here. App state doesn't need to be a thing anymore. When we start up, we initialize Auth Manager, which keys off all the stuff it was doing before. The difference is we want refresh episodes to be hooked up. So yes. So what is episodes in this situation? Episodes is episodes is a list of episodes. Really don't like it being in here, like it's just chucked in here again. So let's make episodes repo. What was the AI think I should put in here? It's like this. It's kind of interesting. Just how fun it comes up with things. That's not even how you spot episodes, is it? Let's just grab these. Actually, let's just sure. Because we're going to need an API. Randall left. Yeah, Marco is not here. He's had to hop off. Right. What's next? Right. If we can get this back working with signals, and I think that's the next thing, right? Okay. So I had a subscription on the front end to change what screen we're on based on our logged in state. So that needs to be updated, which is fair. That's pretty basic. And then the episodes need to be just split that bit out back end because it's all a bit meh. And then we can then link up a signal for the episodes. Yeah, a signal for the episodes to the auth manager and then put them in back end. And then we can try the app. All right. So we don't need the app state anymore. Let's get rid of that. Grab these functions, put them in the episodes repo. So don't need that. Get episode, got that as well. Refresh episodes. Yeah. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I guess there's like a map. There's like a map signal, isn't there? Yeah. So yeah, see, this is the thing, right? Like I guess it makes sense. Get rid of both of those. And then we get the episodes. And then what we're saying is we'll just set the value of episodes. No, need to we create a new map and set them, right? So episodes.value equals a minute. Okay, we actually want to do a batch here, right? And then the question is, why is this a problem at all? Oh, because episodes is the local. Okay. Okay, cool. Then we have a refresh episodes and then get episode. That's fine. It's a shortcut. So we're saying an item changes, but then each item is not a signal, right? Interesting. All right, that's enough just to split that off. So, all right, in Actually, right. So we want a way of. We don't need to watch back. We're going to get rid of that bit of change notify now. Cool. And what am I missing? Oh, is it hooking up the refresh, right? So when the auth state changes. So I suppose that's just an effect, right? I suppose, or do we all say it's a computed? Because we could pass in the auth state signal into episodes repo and have like, and then episodes repo's map signal. Can you create like a computed map signal? I don't know. I suppose we create a custom signal that implements the map, add the map signal mixing, isn't it? Tracked. Was it like a map signal mixing? I swear it was a map signal mixing. List queue sets. Yeah, map with map signal mixing. Okay. So where's this? Global ID. Right. Okay, so I'm just processing this for a second to try and work out like if we want to Verd is what are we building this time? This is there's a website called Journal Club, and this is what they're all about. The latest academic research explained in plain English. I came across it the other day, and they don't have an app, and I wanted to use it on my phone rather than on a web on my phone, so I'm making an app for my own personal use. Or not they want it, that's up to them, right? But what I'm just trying to figure out here is rather than having some sort of like function that's being called, we want to kind of want to, it's async, right? So we can use like an async. I'm just sorry, I'm looking at single documentation on the other screen. So we have a future signal. I guess we can say it's a future signal of a map. Yeah, because the future signals are, it's computed. It's the same as computed async, right? Yeah. Okay. Does this make sense? I don't know if this makes sense. We're going to make it make sense. Because I kind of feel like this whole refresh, reset, that's the kind of thing that we want on the screen of the episode screen here. We can like pull to refresh and everything, right? So I kind of link it all up together. So question is, do we want a future signal with what? Yes. I can create custom signal that is this, but it's actually wasn't there an example where, yeah, it's just a future signal, right? By default, callback will be called once, and the future will be cached unless the signal is read in the callback. Perfect, right? So I'm going to read the all state, and if the all state is signed in, then we fetch the episodes. So that's the computed async. That's essentially what I want to do, right? And then the result of the future will be a map of this. So the actual signal, we don't care that this is we don't care for a signal map. Yeah, okay. So this is a future signal, right? And a question of a map of string of whatever. Now, does that mean I can just? That's a good question, actually, Simon. Does that mean I can just do future signal in here? Oh my God, they're all going wrong. Right, equals. Do I want to do it like this? And then what we're saying is we don't need to batch update anymore because we just return map. You know, you said something about late, right? Yeah, because that's not going to register the get signals until that is accessed. But why not have and then that works. And then can this not be late? No. So we could run this in here. I would still be late final, but then we'd still be setting it. That works. And this is a good question, right? So now we want to access it here for getting a value. Guess where if we get a particular, expect it to be there. Let's do that for now. Primary doesn't actually not what we want, is it? It's I guess we just want to see is it ready? Oh no, episodes loaded. Yeah, episodes is loaded, is loading, is completed. With an error or data as data. So there was one. I guess you can check the async value. And is that because it's a again, it's right, has value. Well, okay, so we can just say is the current value has. Yeah. So we just say dot has value. Okay, so it does not have value that episode loaded, otherwise let me require values that can never be episode loaded. No, the episode perfect. Okay, that does what I want. Right. All right, so back to where we are now. Probably core. Right, so episodes needs I'm not reading the auth state, am I? Right. So here I want to check the auth state. So I need and then I want to say is not signed in. Now, so what's going to happen here is I'm reading. That's the wrong auth states, is it? No, auth state signal. It is an auth state signal. Not value. Really. Yeah. So by reading the value inside of this get episodes that's been used inside this future signal, this registers this future to rerun if the auth state changes, right? So if this auth state value changes, it's going to rerun this get magically for us. We don't have to particularly specify that like we were doing it before, right? So pop an auth manager there. Now, ideally, I guess we just wait for a net. It doesn't matter that this doesn't have refresh because at the end of this function, we're going to have a particular auth state. And when it starts up, when it then creates the episodes repo, it's going to create the future and that's going to read the right value no matter what. So I think the question here is, yeah, not signed in. That's fine. That's an exception right now. Which I think we actually have an exception for that. I think we could have like a sign-in exception. No, we'll leave it like that for now. Cool. So all of that stuff handled. Okay. Do we need to tell? Is it like a dispose and store or something? Or I guess that's done at the signal level, if anything, but I don't think there is anything. Okay, so we could have a dispose on auth manager. Do we need to dispose of the signals? I don't think we do. This is clear. This cleans things up. It's a good thing to do, I guess. If you use that only disposes of the value notify if you treat it as a value notifier. So that's not really doing anything that I need to do. with the persisted stuff, it's saved as it goes. All right, I think that's it, right? Then we just need we need a way of these are final. Let's do that, I guess. So we can get the back end and get auth module episodes repo. Rest is private. All right. All right, let's go fix up the rest of the app now. So, okay, so we just want an effect here. I guess we just want to switch on. Oh no, it's auth. Yeah, I don't really want. That just feels nah. Let's go to our. I mean, we're at the app level here. I think we had provider. What are providers? Did I provide on here? Multi. Oh, there we go. I had some weird key subtree thingy bob going on, which I didn't like. This is because I have the splash screen showing, and then I changed the route, and I was trying to see if I can keep this in one thing. I don't know, we'll leave it like this for now. Yeah, this just needs to be a provider now. It's not. You'll come back to that in a minute. Let's concentrate on what we're doing up here. All right, so I guess it's what we were saying here. I swear there was. I kind of want to create a new signal, right? I'm going to create a new compute signal that's distinct from it. I swear there was a way of doing distinct. I mean, I can create a stream and then do distinct on it. Yeah. Let me just fix this issue and then I'll explain what that's all about in a second. This has this very distinct fitting that the end result was an action. Which is more like a subscribe, right? So I feel like there's more of not an effect here, but more of a subscribe. But then there's like I swear there's a. I mean, I can obviously do this, right? And when we just whack it back in what was there before. I kind of do that right now. It's not what I want, though. It's not. It's not that. It's that. So signed in. All right, that solves that problem for now. We can make it a bit more signally in the future. Now let's work out what we're going to do with these other screens. So login screen. Let's go step by step and then see what we're going. Obviously, need to rip out some logic out of these, but so we get for a few hours of work. Right, let's do Auth Manager. That solves that one. Okay, so this, why have we got this? This is watching the episodes. So this is now more of a backend episodes repo. Episodes. So this is an asynchronous one. And we want a nicer way of rebuilding this. And if we can do, we'll use. Do we need to mix? Kind of we want to subscribe and unsubscribe. Oh, we want to watch. We want to use the watch widget, don't we? So if we were to wrap this, well, no, it's not really that. It's just the list view. With the watch widget. Watch the builder. Cool. And then bring that into there. And then we want to be able to do a, was it map results? I guess we don't. So episodes map, wasn't it? Is it map? Oh, you map on the value itself, or not value. Map. Oh, go away. Cool. So we'll do some things. So if we're loading, I'll return back a short, and if it's an error, yeah, let's do something stupid. I guess this is the error, so we could also do something like error. Just to kind of put something on screen right now. And then we have the data itself. And then we can build it in there. And then return that. That's interesting. Oh, because it's a map, right? That's what he said. Cool. Okay, so now our screen is watching the asynchronous future. If it becomes loading, you do this. I guess we can add a poll to refresh around this and see if we can actually like refresh indicator. And on refresh. Okay. Does make that function by mistake. Oh, no, I guess I can just do episodes.reload, wasn't it, or something? Let's have a look. Episodes. Refresh. Does that return a future? It does. Nice. I mean, I can actually just do that. Okay. All right. That looks nice. And the episode screen. Let's work that one out. So we've got. There's still a bit more work to do. This is just making it initial version. Now we've got rid of all of the errors. We can try and compile this and log in and I don't know, do something, right? All right, I'm logged out. I need to log in. I'll pin my email address. Open the code. Okay, that's good. All right, I'm in. Okay, well that's hang on a minute. Let's just step back a second. I didn't even think about that. That doesn't work first time. So we refactored all the authentication stuff. It worked first time. I went through all the stages and it logged me in. I didn't use the deep link and stuff, but that's fine because it's on a separate host device. And now if I tap one of these, I'm going to get the details. Yeah. How about that? Now if I restart, does it reload from state? Yes. Cool. So annoyingly at the moment, this push named and remove until. Why am I not getting? I don't want to not get a transition. Now let's think of it. Splash just gets replaced with home screen. Which is obviously this, right? That's what's going on. Oh, someone asked about the keyed subtree. So what's happening right now? In fact, it's about what we're just talking about. So what's happening right now is the initial route is the splash screen, and that loads the splash screen up, right? Blah. Then what happens is the basically, right. I'll start again, Simon. Right. Back end, which is something I want to provide down the tree, is null to begin with, right? Like it's not been set up yet, right? Because it's a future at the moment. So it just occurred to me I can just make that into a future signal maybe, and that might actually be a nice way of doing this. Anyway, so what I need to do is once backend has actually been initialized, i.e. not null, then we want to wrap the subtree, right? Everything inside of the app with backend. Now you can do that above the material app, right? But builder wraps the navigator. So effectively it's the same thing, right? Result builder. Child here will be the navigator widget, which actually has all the subtree stack of pages or whatever you're putting on the tree. So the keyed subtree idea here is what it does is ensures that when we reparent, that's doing this piece here, is that it will move all of the whatever contents on the screen over to being wrapped inside of the provider without rebuilding it, right? Without like regenerating all that content or doing whatever it needs to do. So that's all that's about. We're adding a key to a whole subtree because we do actually pass a navigate key in, but there's no notion that this particular child has that key. But yeah, it's just so we can let's us reparent it in these two places and have it without rebuilding, basically. I don't particularly like this. I feel like you can extract this out into its little into a widget of its own. Is there a way you can verify it's not rebuilding? Probably not in this situation right now, because when this gets set, we're also navigating, which is going to cause a rebuild anyway. I guess we could turn off this piece, and then the splash screen itself. I know, let's just have it up. Building splash. Well, you've got building splash multiple times there, but I don't know why. Like, again, there's plenty of reasons why it might be being built. It's not. Yeah, it's more about like it's going to reuse the existing subtree of elements, not the fact that it's a build and does a diff. It's not there. This is interesting though. I just realized that we get all this sort of signal update stuff, which is actually quite helpful. But it would mean that if we go into Auth Manager, you ideally want to have a I think the problem with this it's kind of interesting that we're getting, because we don't, I guess we don't I don't implement equals and yeah, I don't do the quality matching at the moment, so I'm in the wrong place. That's why I can't find what I'm looking for. It's here. What we actually want in here is why is it reading my mind? That can be as natural hash code. That's fine. Yeah. Where was I? It's fine. And then where am I? API. In here. Cool. Not exactly one-to-one with what it is, but there we go. Only emitting once now. Cool. Right. I think that kind of wraps us up for now. Yeah, put that back on. Restart. I mean, there might. I'm trying to think. Like another way of doing this is just to make a widget, right? That would take a nullable and then like output different subtree based on it. The child would then have to be keyed. Strictly speaking, this isn't needed because the child here is always keyed. But if you rebuild the time meter, the keyed subtree reassigns keys, which invalidates instances. No, because the keyed subtree is using the same key. Right. And you can rebuild the time meter app. It's not going to rebuild the stack, right? You also just put a key on it, right? It's more a case of I just didn't want to wrap. I didn't want to find a different solution than this. Anyway, I'm probably just going to replace this whole thing. I mean, another way you can do this is just to have, I mean, the way that I normally do it is just have two material apps, right? So in this case, if I had a splash screen, then what I might do is have a material app with a splash screen, and then have, once the back end's been initialized, and then it goes into the normal state. But what I'm trying to do here is navigate only away from the splash screen once the all state is loaded, which is immaterial if there's a back end initialized or not. So yeah, it is what it is. Right, it's working is the main thing. Right, I think that's a nice little refactor. I feel nice in that at the moment. It needs a lot of commenting and stuff. Yeah, a few missing pieces of the pie. I suppose again, if the refresh of the auth fails, yeah. So also, let me just have a quick look at this. Allstate.net. Allstate is going to do that. I guess that's what this is, right? Let me turn to a non-signed in state. Change a non-signed in state will update the app. This is a signal, so that's going to clear this app state, and then the current session, the session ID and API is linked as an effect here, so that also sorts that out. Okay, yeah, no, this all works out. Cool. All right, that's me. Enough of me babbling on. Any questions? Any other questions while we're here? Otherwise, can we listen for all state manager in refresh listable on router? Yes. So I'm not using Go Router, but if you're talking about Go Router, right? Signals, Marco, signals. Let's be clear about this. It's called signals. Actually, I'm finding it quite nice so far. It's still early days though, right? Like again, just getting used to using all the things at the moment. At the moment, it's quite basic what I'm doing here, so I think it's still early days. Right. So you the way it works, Alpha. Oh, sorry. The way it works is let's. Do I want to use Go Router? No, I'm anyway. Let's commit these changes into. Let's do this. Oh, okay, hang on. I must commit Shatsy and stuff. Oh, that's annoying. I do that in here. I may have to undo that. Another time. Let's just right. Right. Okay. So if we're gonna do, we're just saying we go around. So let's do that. Let's just quickly do that. So 1 minute. Go around. Go router, go. Okay, go around 16. Sure. And then let's add router Dart or something. And oh. We're not going to do that. We're going to make a function that generate router. That's one. And then we're going to grab all the route stuff out of here and stick it in Go Router instead. Why not? So we'll have our initial location as being splash screen dot route name. Yep. Home screen. So we're just gonna, I guess, plug all these in here. Right, what have I messed up? That could actually be a signal now. That's might be worth moving to being a signal as well. Right, and then we've got a. Let's get rid of that. I would say. I mean, Humpdays. We need something that matches the. There's a thing in here, isn't there? I've got this generator out, but actually, it was a colon slug or something, isn't it? Something like that. Let's do. Let's do. Let's do this. Static. What did I do the last one's comps? Home screen. Yeah, right. Okay, so we've got our route name, and then sure. Sorry, chaps. Still get over being ill. Right. And someone's asking a refresh listenable on here. So plugging out Auth Manager. There you go. Just like that. So what's really nice about signals, if you're looking here, a Flutter signal, a signal is also a value notifier, and a Flutter read-only signal and a Flutter signal and so on. So this means it can just be used anywhere where it's value listenable. There's also a computer signal, and any computer signal is also a value listenable. So you can just plug them straight in. This is one of the reasons why I was like, we were looking at this going, we really like this because it feels like it's just, it can be plugged straight into anywhere where anything that's a value notifier value listenable can be done to signal and convert into a signal and vice versa, and it links them up. So it just integrates really well. Anyway, so now we've got that whole piece. Let's get rid of all of this from here. Let's simplify this with a single provider. Could be a future provider, you know, thinking of it. If this was a future backend, so I was saying, like, it might be nice to do a signal and then use the signals provider for this, right? Well, let's immaterial that for a second. Okay, so like that, and then so here's the complexity. Although it's not necessarily complex, but I pre-cache the images for the splash screen. I defer the first frame of rendering, pre-cache it, and then show the first frame. This doesn't stop a build from taking place. It stops the rendering from taking place. So what's going to happen is when the build takes place, backend is not going to be set to any value. It's not until I show the splash screen that I want the splash screen to start animating, and then I want the actual back of the app to start initializing. Now, we could tandem this, right, and do it like this, so that backend is initialized as the app starts up, guaranteeing that there's a future there for the build step. But then the splash delay also now includes the time it takes to load the imagery. So not exactly the same thing, because it's not going to take that long for it to kind of one, then the next one. Interesting. Well, look, let's carry on. Carry on regardless. And then here, return backend. Get rid of our set state. Let's give you more information. Well, actually, it'd be null the current state, wouldn't it? So we could say if navigator. Current state. No, it's let's just do the mounted check. Keep it simple. Good enough. Right. Okay, and then which provider for now? Cool. And we can get rid of this whole builder piece. And this becomes router. Yes, we kind of want to do that, but not that. So let's fix that up again. Let's grab that. We want to generate our router. Well, here's our next complicated thing, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why this is like chicken and egg scenario now. So I need the backend to be initialized to have the auth manager. I mean, auth manager for the refresh. However, signals might come to the rescue here. So let's do a thing. Let's do with signals mixing here. And then have a signal for the splash screen here. Let's do the signal. False. Yeah, default. Instead of having auth manager, we have a signal for auth state. This is going to be a Flutter signal, sorry. Yeah. You might fall down as well. Much more. Does that take a child? It doesn't. Rudy. Hey. Yeah, we're still going. We're still going, Lucas. You can know the plans around some refactoring work with signals. Yeah, I want a child on this, and there's no child. How annoying. I may have to patch that. Right. Anyway, but for the moment, there's other ways. There's other ways. We could leave this the same and just say to value listable, right? And it's a Flutter signal. We can do that. In fact, I don't think we even need to because we can just use it like that, just like magic. It just integrates. Nice. Okay. So we'll change this to a Flutter signal. Cool. No need to change anything. Nice. We get there. Right. Where was I? So we're starting up and we've got a bit of a chicken with the egg scenario. So we need backend supplied to the UI. At least the future one is fine. Sorry, we need it for the router to generate a router. And we won't have the router until it's ready. So what we can do is generate a router up front. And this time, instead of, I always put that in there. Thank you, AI. Thank you. We'll have another. We should be able to do a final auth state proxy. Call it. That's create signal. I think it's create signal, something like that. Why is this complaining? Instance members. I swear that's what his example was doing. Let's have a look. Signals mixing with signals mixing. Oh, late final. Sure. Okay, and yeah, okay. So if we have an all state proxy, this is it's okay. It kind of works, kind of glues it together. We'll do this. And then I want a router. Doesn't create a Flutter signal. I mean, I have to create Flutter signal just to get. That's kind of annoying. I suppose I can create a computer signal. Would that defeat the purpose? Well, that's kind of like annoyed me. So a Flutter signal, it's got a. Okay, so using signal itself returns a Flutter. Oh, it's just bastards. Right, I see what's going on here. All right, Rhodey's got this wrong. So this type should be Flutter signal, right? Let's just fix that for a second. Because this is a particularly the Flutter signals mixing. You with me? And the signal function in here actually does return a Flutter signal, but here as the parent type, which is why it kind of just didn't work. So we could fix it with like as Flutter signal all state. Right now, there's just a workaround and upcast it basically. I'll put it back to signal. I shouldn't really change this library. All right, so that needs to be patched. Yeah, I haven't got to so I suppose we're creating the creation step first. Right, and then create signal in here with bool. Right. Let's get this up there. Okay. So with our router now generated ahead of time, we have to dispose of our router. Isn't that automatic? No, we have to dispose of that. The previous router instance. I don't know what the previous router instance is in this case. That's what you mean. Right. So we're generating the router instance, but the dispose is big. Well, as far as I understand, it should be taken care here. So we're gonna do that. Right. Okay. Next problem. Navigate key. I suppose we're actually navigating with Go Router. So when we generate our navigate, do we specify navigate key in here? Yeah, navigate key. Okay. Sure. Right. Let's try that again. Right. Cool. So now this navigate key here will be used by Go Router. So our navigation based on state change will take place for the right navigator. We have to pass it in here. So that's kind of tidied things up a bit, I guess. All right. Restart. Does it blend? It does not. Okay. Navigate Andre was null, but route name / now / home was referenced to the what? Oh no, I know what's going on there. Oh, come on, people. That was stupid. I just talked about using a navigate key like I'm using navigate 1 with Go Router. Where am I? In here, we want to say router go route name. Then we don't necessarily need a navigate key. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Dot. We'll get there. Right. Oh, everything good? Let's restart. What do we get? Yay! Cool. Now, let's... Do we have debug names on these? I think we do. Debug label, that's what we want. Let's do debug label and call this all state proxy. We actually haven't set up the all state proxy properly yet, so it's if people are wondering, it's not there yet. Animate splash. Stuff. So we should get some logs now with, yay, with some names. It's cool. And then, so what we want to do is set up in here. Once our backend has been initialized, we can then set up an effect. No, we kind of want. Yeah, an effect. It would be a computed, you see, but we want the signal to exist pre actually setting it up. So now whenever the all state changes in the auth manager, it's going to change the all state proxy. Now we could do as the watch builder. Oh, you're saying the watch builder widget has. Oh, yeah, I didn't check that. Where was I? I was using the builder. It was in the splash, wasn't it? Where's your splash screen when you want it? Watch builder. Does that take a child? It does. Yes, Rody. Thank you, Rody. So watch builder. And then what do we do with this? So takes a child, context. And yeah, it's the same as the other one, but it's just a case of that inside of our build function, we can read the animate value. Child goes. There we go. So now what's going to happen is because we read the animate value inside of this builder function, it will automatically rebuild if that value changes, right? And that starts our animation, our ticker off, which starts the animation proceeding. Thank you, Nahom. Thank you. Right. Oh, yeah. I want to put. Let's get our signals having some debug names. Yeah, all state, sure. And the other signal was in here. Let's do this feature signal. Cool. Oh, that's interesting because it registered a computer signal, right, for the ticker. That's cool. So. Be nice if this maybe is works. Pull to refresh. So if I do a reload, instead, actually didn't check that. Let me go. If I change, where was it? No. Home screen to reload. We should get a loading indicator when we pull to refresh. And is it just that quick? Am I missing something here? Oh, because maybe the map is because there's still data. I thought one of these is supposed to wipe the data. What's the maybe map? Hang on. Gone too far. Close. That's no. Home screen. I wasn't expecting this, but expecting to wipe the data, but I'm also let's see if our future's actually getting called again. Should probably add some logging in there, but fetching episodes. Pull to refresh. Fetching it, so it's just quick. So if I was to put a falsified delay in here just for a few seconds. Let's just see if what happens. Auto refresh. I think I know what's going on here. So let's just do this. The on refresh handler, it's only supposed to finish. Yeah, see, I would expect that not to. This is await future. Something's not making sense here. So the idea is that when the refresh spinner goes away, once the refresh has been completed, right? I know that doesn't do anything right now. I'm just so I pull to refresh. In async data refreshing, fetching episodes. The thing is, the future. Okay, let's do this. Let's just validate that I'm not being an idiot here. Let's do this and say, yeah, see, that's immediately going to refreshed before we actually get the data come through. Effectively want to wait on the signal to reach a state where it has data or an error. Let's just make, I don't really like this whole content, blah, 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 blah. Let's make that better. Let's do. That's a bit better. We could actually just do episodes since this is a. Yeah, you have both. So no, it'd be a flutter signal. What actually is it? It's a future signal. Sorry, future signal. Blah blah blah. Episodes. Right, reload. That's what to do. Actually, I want to just find context. Right. completely lost track of what I was trying to do here now. And I think I just worked out that our GoRef implementation has a bug in it. Right. Jesus Christ. Jump. I think I need to start wrapping up because this has gone way too long. But let's see where we want to go with this from here. Yeah, so the refresh listable allows us to refresh the route based on auth state. That will now work. And then the redirect thing, you can use a redirect to like do some sort of authentication piece. I just think this makes it more complicated right now. Like we have the global listener that changes the route based on the auth state, which does the same thing. You don't necessarily need anything like this. So the idea being that if you're on a screen which required authentication and then you got de-authenticated, then it would redirect you back to the login screen. I mean, I think this just adds more complexity. But if you, as the one of the people requested, that's how you would do it. You'd just pass in a Flutter signal because it's unlistenable. Anyway, right. Let's figure out why what is in here that isn't working now that I've been fiddling around with. So pull to refresh. That was what I was just doing now. It is working. It's just the refresh indicator doesn't continue on screen, which is interesting. Like we continue with the data. I thought the whole idea of reload was to change the state to not having data. I think what's happening right now is that although we are loading, we also have data. So I think this map. Hey, look, there you go. Reloading, refreshing. There's 2 more case statements that are optional. So reloading. So this would be sort of a bit different, right? In terms of now pull to refresh, I'm going to get spinner. Do that for 2 seconds. That's what I expected to occur. What I actually want to do is have the spinner that from the pull to refresh indicator wait for 2 seconds. However, the problem with that is it should just be waiting on the future from this, right? And it should work. But interesting enough, yeah. Actually, ideally, we should probably do something like this. But what's really because the data. It's off. I'm just going to do it like that. Not to make anything confusing at all, of course. Yeah. Right. Let's do this again. And this time do refresh. Sorry. Not bad. And the whole way future signals work should mean. Yeah, see the 2 signals, we get immediate update on this controller stream. Wait. Ha, 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 ha. I know what's going on. We're getting an update. The intermediate state update happened, which is causing a build because of the watch, which is rebuilding the refresh indicator. So is it possible it's losing its state? I wonder. Let's see what happens. No. See, yeah, no, that was because we're going straight to refresh. So what's happening right now is this future is completing before we get an update state. So ideally, we want to kind of. It's almost like we want to watch, not watch. I feel like I must be doing something wrong here. Like my reading of what's supposed to be happening in these two functions, it waits for the future, and that's not taking place right now. So I feel like there might be a bug in the library. And effectively, what I want to do is do what this is going to do. Well, I can do it here. I do subscribe, and then this gives me back a dispose function. This is going to be really lame, but I'm just going to show how lame you can fix this, right? But I'm not saying that we should do it this way. This is just fucking stupid. Don't do this. How to work around a library. Step 1. Async data. No, it's an async error. Cool. That's fine. That's good enough for me. Okay. So what that nuts thing does, let's see if it works by the way I want. There should be a 2-second pause or port to refresh. Let's get rid of that. So basically, whilst it's performing the network request, we get a crash. Late initialization has not been initialized. Wow. Wow. Because we need to await that there. Let's try that again, Simon. Right, try that again. What can possibly go wrong? It crashes again. It's basically trying to call the dispose function before the subscribe finishes, which basically means it's currently sitting on async data or an async error. Oh crap. There's something that doesn't add up here. Async data refreshing, which is an async data, right? And that's really what the problem is. So async data refreshing. A loading state with a value. Just right now, future microtask in there, yeah, right. No, this whole state thing with this is fine. It's not a problem. Just like I think to me that these functions are supposed to finish once the refresh or reload is finished, which is not what's taking place right now. So let's try that again. I don't know, I'm hot restarting. I need to. Right, pull the refresh. 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, that worked. Although that is a huge fucking craziness. Basically, what we're doing here is we're waiting for the signal to become into a state with just data, and then finishing out, and then essentially waiting for that, and then finishing after that. So you can see here, we get the we start the portal if you fetch the episodes. It changes its state into refreshing, it's loading, whatever, and then these are other futures, right? So ignore those, and then here we've got the interlacing data finally gets emitted from the signal, and then our future gets completed and we get refreshed. Yeah, interesting. I mean, like obviously we could probably package this a different way, right? So if we would obviously, the problem is it's because the refresh indicator on Flutter is designed to wait for the future, right? And we don't have a future that we can wait on, so we had to make up this messy thing, which basically does the same job. We could also, I suppose, have like a 2-stream and do like a first where. It gets really messy. Either way you look at it, it gets messy. Anyway, let's not too worry about it too much. I'm going to put this back to what I had, which was just passing over the refresh. Cool. Yeah, it's a shame that these computed, like, there's a bunch of other signals that I feel like you get this null. Because like some of these are just actually just internal ones, right? That used to hook up the logic. You're still going to get them in the debug. So think about that. Anyway, right. So let's just get one last thing done before we move on. All right. That's all that one. And the final one is, why does that not work? Navigator. Right, because we're not using GoRouter. This should probably be as simple as just fixing that, right? Where are we? Home screen. What do I tap? Yeah, here we go. So we'll do navigator of. So context dot push. Let's see if that does what I want. I'll make sure we're not got any other navigator other than that. Ooh. That needs to be changed to go. Cool. Yay. Will it load? Hey. Cool. Wow. There you go then. I think they're going to park it there. We were going to. So at least it's done now. Well, thank you for coming to the stream. To another Humpday Q&A. There you go. And we'll see you same time, same place next week. Maybe we'll continue this. Maybe I have it finished by then. You never know. Bye for now. Bye.